everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville, or maybe welcome back to Cyber 3. Maybe we need to say that. Flat Thursdays on the menu is another one of our Cyber Camelot images. I'm thinking I'm going with the moonlit one over there. I think we'll save this boy here maybe for our next stream. I think I'm going to try and do two of these. I really want to. I want to lock in on this because they're always asking me, how do you do moonlight? Well, here you go, right? Again, we're gonna work on that one. Composition going to be all the same here. Essentially the same deal, but now with those colors. You can see. Let me stroll in a little bit closer for you there, Camda. Camda, I think I have like multiple emails to send you because there's tons of Starship stuff. Nice to see you there, Landrast. From Arizona. How long did it take you to get there, Landrast? Hopefully not too long. Nice to see you there, Sledge. So there's going to be a lot of the same thing with the edges, right, Sledge? And we'll be doing. It'll be interesting. Look at this because this is way more muted with the colors, right? Let's welcome Bodie. How you doing there, Bodie? Out there in AZ, Bodie and AZ. Yes, that's what we're gonna say. Nice to see you there, Paradigm. And thanks, Irma. Well, sorry to kind of keep you waiting a little bit. I was checking on the printers. I'm actually printing out more of the ships, but I'm also printing out the first bust from this universe. It's from our Starship universe. It's actually a bust of one of the Alcabans or Alchibans there. So yeah, we're gonna also do gonna try and have a bust on our Seri Republic folks there too. I got more ships here. So this was the ship that this is what I was supposed to be painting last week, but this is going to be a tutorial video right here. I just said, okay, that could be fun. So this is the carrier. You can see it again. Remember, I said it was longer and narrower, unlike the. Oh, here, let's bring this out again. So I mean, it's. I guess it's not super longer, but you can see it's not quite as bulky, right? Doesn't have all the shooty stuff on it because it's more about carrying stuff and less about the shooty stuff. And again, we got a whole bunch of really nifty ships that we are working on for our Seri Republic universe there. Well, the paradigm. Hopefully Friday, no matter what. Hopefully Friday is going to be good, whether or not that you're able to catch the stream. Hopefully Friday is a little bit better there. Now, you can look at the detailed drawing we have here. We have a highly detailed drawing. You can't see it, but yeah, there's a highly detailed drawing there. Remember, we're going to do the same kind of thing here with the thirds, right? City going to go up here. We got our cloudy stuff here, and then rocky stuff down here. And guess what? Because oils are the original watercolors, we're going to start in a watercolor way here. Let's do that. I mean, actually, wow. Do we open the door here with the periwinkle? No, I guess I need another one of these here. Let me get a new one. Let me get myself a new one here. Let's try this. This will be our far background color here. We're gonna really juice this thing up. There we go. There. It would be hilarious that people like that is not there. That can't be oil paints. That's got to be watercolors that you're doing there. It ain't. It is not watercolors. This is our fabulous, again, periwinkle from. I almost said Williamsburg. All right, there we go. Now I think it is sort of again ultramarine blue mixed with white. I think that's really what it is, but whatevs. All right. Yeah, that's again highly precise brushstrokes over a very detailed drawing. I mean, that's just how we roll here. That is just how we roll here. All right, let's do some of this. Now, speaking of Williamsburg, this is basically the Williamsburg Indigo over here. There, more of our watercolory stuff going on here. Nice to see you there, 60 to 2. So 16, happy Thursday. What remains of it? Camda, it took many seconds. I mean, again, we don't skimp on preparation here, right, Camda? Also, I guess not preparation H either on some of those bad days. Let's do this right here. Again, our Camelot's going to go right about there. Right about there. Something like that. Now I'm gonna have to get that. I wonder. No, not just yet. I was thinking of grabbing the not radiant violet and chucking that out there, but I think we'll wait on that just a second. Just a second. I think. Yeah. All right. Let's roll with this. A lifetime of preparation. Look at this. See, you can't do this here with the water coat. Well, you can try. What you're going to get is a whole bunch of nasty watermarks. Can't do this with those. I know I might have mentioned this in the last stream. People would have actually virtually killed to be able to do this. Also, too, I hope everybody got the link to the latest, was it episode 5? Here's hoping. I mean, you should have. Episode 5 of Series 47. Yeah, that's one of our army painting series that concluded. Okay. It's like, wait a minute. I didn't think that I had Facebook up on this machine. I'm just hearing it from the other room. Hey there, Asmo. How you doing? Again, Asmo, thanks for sending the stuff. Appreciate you sending that, Asmo. Of course, like always. Let me build up that a little, and this too. Let me build that up a little bit more. That might be. I don't want to get too high with this. Maybe take that down to here. Something more like that. Yeah, let's do this. So Esmo, hopefully things are relatively chill there. And you could see. Look at this. Here, look at. Same thing over here. And then you get that. We're gonna maybe start to develop this just a teensy bit over there. So Asmo, do you? Hopefully you got yourself a sufficient disguise. I don't know. You might not want to keep using the same one, like the glasses with the mustache and the big nose. You might want to use a different disguise for that if you want to be more incognito and invisible while the in-laws are around. See, yeah, I didn't even see that, Asmo. I only just saw that now. I am not kidding. I only just saw that now. I'm not messing with you there. It's like, yeah. Probably need a disguise to be able to, shall we say, be invisible there. Nope, that's got to go up here. We'll try that. Okay. Fine. I'm just going to use the Painsy Gray now from, I almost said Liquitex. No, that would be from Winsor Newton, not Liquitex. Oh, look at this. More scumbly stuff, huh? Scumbly. Gots to do the same thing for the other side. Remember, we also have to have our clouds start to flatten out as they get closer to the horizon line. A whole perspective thing going on. That's a big deal for cloudy stuff. There. Let's not do. I want to get. Let me try some of this here first. Nice to see you there, Conrads. Now, Conrads, I think we had a little celebration for you, right? Because you had your 115, right? I think you had your 115. I know. Well, geez, Camden, I think you and Valfera and Arid are getting close to that 120, aren't you? Ah, okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought there, Conrad. Again, thanks for being here. I appreciate you joining for as long as you can. Ah, so 120 on the next stream. So yeah, yeah, can't. I'll try to make Conrad's on 116. I'll try to make a 120 for you guys because well then Conrad's you can have that for yourself. Look at this. I just was doing it here. See this? See how that was a rough edge there, and all I had to do was just kind of scrumble it like this. Here, look at that. Takes away the hard edge right there. Now look at that kind of an old style bot right there. How quaint. How quaint, an old style bot. Let me do this here. So yeah, Valfira, yeah, Camden. Well, I had to do the same thing for Valfira. Is that now when I got rid of the little graphic on there, Camden, were you able to see that on Instagram? I can't remember right now. Actually, Asmo, I'll send you some of this too, because I think I sent a decent batch of it to Slade. Yeah, I'll try to get you some of this. Well, the whole Starship universe that I've been working on. I'll try to get you some of that too. All right, I think. Well, let's see. What do we look at this? 10 minutes. Well, okay, 11 minutes. 12. All right, so we're at 12:01. So 12 minutes. Got this. Got this worked in here. Let me go a little. Let me try this. Let me try this and this and now this. There. Okay, there we go. That's about more the what I'm looking at now. Here, of course, edge contrast is going to be even more crucial because we don't have any of the bright colors that we did or bright contrasty colors that we did the last time around. We don't have that, so now it's all about edge contrast. So this area is really gonna just jump. Yeah, Asmo. Oh, here let's start getting some of these. Gotta get some of these cloudy things in here, like we did on the last one. Look at this. Just taking whatever's in the brush. I don't even know what's in there. Just whatever the heck is in that brush. Just kind of doing some scrumblies there. Again, now this was my favorite thing about oils. This negative space painting, like you're talking about, Asmo, that was my favorite thing about watercolors. So it's yes, we're doing it. Yeah. Let's darken up some of these clouds here. Let's get a little more of our dark up here. Let's do that. And then we'll get to some of our moonlight stuff happening here too. We haven't forgotten that. Again, I'm going to have to get me some of my periwinkle back out here. Yep, gotta do that. So look at this. See how from fluffy up here, straighter lines down here. That is how we mix that's how we mix the perspectives. That's how we do that. So back here, I'm not gonna do too much with this, right? We got to develop as much as we can. Then we start doing a little more stuffs on our cityscape here, and of course, yeah, we want to have. You can see the lights. See a little hint of the lights there. We want to really. That's what I was hoping with this moonlit one, right? Where we could really kind of take that further. Now, Camden, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuffs yet in the chat, but like always, please go ahead and do that. All right, how's about We get this back. The cobalt blue masquerading as periwinkle, or periwinkle masquerading as cobalt blue. I don't know. I don't know which way that is. So well, if you remember remember the overlay there, Camden, where basically your Camelot looked more like Mordor. That's going to be the corrupted version. This is just Moonlight right here. This is just Camelot in Moonlight. It's like a song. There you go. Camelot by Moonlight. There, that's one of the big hits in Cyber is Camelot by Moonlight. Actually, 16 if you wanted to share some of the Gundams and such. Yeah, go ahead and share some of them Gundams. I bet you people would get a big kick out of seeing those 16. Yeah, 16. What's fun about this, obviously you can't really do this with figures, right? Or busts or, well, any of that. It makes, I mean, it's understandable why you really can't do that. Now you can see we're starting to get some of the opaque color in here. Right, some of the opaque color getting in here now. We're just going to scrimble that too. Looky here. Now, Asmo, is that a big Ren fair? Well, yeah, I don't think you've ever been to Bristol, but let's see. Well, actually, technically, Kathy and I did. We were at the Bristol Ren fair at the same time. Since I was in my booth, and I'm thinking where she was I don't want to say on the opposite side of the fair, but basically, if you weren't within a 20-foot radius of my booth, you were pretty much on the opposite side of the fair. Yeah, Ken, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, and again, shout out to Landrest out there in the Arizona lands. So again, you can here. Let's we haven't done one of these yet. So right now we haven't we don't have the super hard edges here like we had like we had over here. So look there you go. Look at that. So you can see these edges way harder than these edges. These are going to be more like that. And again, you can see the soft clouds right there. Oh, geez. So Asmo, that's okay, Texas. Cause that was it Scarborough, or did you say you were? Oh, did you say you were going to Scarborough there, Asmo? If you said that, I'm sorry. Because I think that was the one that Kathy did. I think well TRF is what she called it. Okay, so sorry there, Asmo. Yeah. Again, I apologize. The brain is well. I don't do names, dates. Do I have to add places there to Camda to all the things that I don't do, right? Because again, I don't do names, dates, times. I don't do places either. Apparently, all I do is just words. That's it. So that is a different one. I know there was at least two. I think she did two different ones there in Texas. Each season, I guess, if you want to call it that. Now here we go. This is that. It's the bright blue. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I wasn't thinking about it, but I am. Now, if I can get to it, anyways. Here we go. Yeah, let's check this out, man. Look at this. We're running low on our radiance. I guess it's a good thing we got our Paul Rubens radiance, right? This is almost. It's kind of hilarious because it's almost like. Yeah, see, that's ultramarine blue. It's almost like a light. It's almost like a lighter, more radiant version of periwinkle. That's pretty funny. We'll get that stuff out here too. And this is why we didn't really do too much on our cityscape here, right? Because now look at this, we're we're kind of filling in some of the areas there that were kind of scratchy because of the super watercolory type stuff going on. Now they're going, oh gee, that was a wee bit more thinner than I wanted. That's all right. It's nice. We'll work it. We'll get it. What I do want to do is have me. Here we are. That was something I wanted there, was to kind of start to work that in a bit more. Fine. I'll keep. I'm gonna keep rolling with this. let's get more of our cloudy stuff here. Start to think about what is happening with these edges here. You know, start to get something, at least a hint of lighter stuff along here. I am still going to try and get some variety of color in here, so we'll maybe try to grab some of the ultramarine in some places, maybe go a little bit almost more violet in others with the Payne's gray stuff. Start to work in, right, some of these cloud layers here, almost like our waves, right? Almost kind of looking like a bit of a seascape coming forward. More of this. There we are. I mean, yeah, it kind of toasts our little cityscape right there. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's not important right now. No biggie. And of course, we have not touched white, like at all, as in none. There's no white out here. There's certain nights might have a song there, Camda. But Camda, I think you're gonna like. So I just did the Jolaran Empire. I kind of worked on the home world, their story, their backstory, all that stuff. The Sasiri Republic, I'm going to be working on them because I've been working on their backstory. That's your bird brains there. Do this. I don't know. Well, wait a minute. Maybe I can find it here. 1 second here. Actually, this just might do it. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, what is stuck here? So this right here, this is what I've got printing right now. That's a bust that I made. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. And I want to do at least a bust per each of the main civs, because I thought that would be super cool. I'm also working on figures too, but but at least the bust. I think that would kind of be a fun thing to establish. You know, people could really kind of see, okay, what does that species look like and such. Again, there is no white out here. You know what? Let's do this. I just grabbed me a little bit of the, well, not radiant violet. This is how we're going to get a little bit of teensy bit of color. You can see that. See, that's got a little bit more redness to it. All right, let's keep rolling with that. Let's keep let's expound on that a little more here as we go along. That also needs to be lighter. Of course, nothing but the best here, right? I don't know, this thing is like 35 cents or something like that. Nothing but the highest quality materials, the longest preparation, the most detailed drawing. That's it, is how we roll here. get a little more there. We're starting to do a little more, almost kind of back to more of a dry, brushy sort of thing again, because thin over thick, vice versa, all that good stuff, right? Now back here, I'm gonna grab me another one, because oh yeah, like 35 cents a piece. So we take sky blue here, a little bit of this here, some of this here. Now this is a little different than what we had before. Now let's see, that's almost a little touch of the sky blue, right, that we had in our previous iteration. Going to start picking out some lights on our cloud here. Valfira. Let's see. So Valfira, actually Valfira, did you get when I sent you the songs and stuff that didn't have the image on them? Were you able to listen to those? I just wanted to ask there, Valfira, because if so, I can just send you the stuff. But if not, if you could shoot me your email there, then I could just kind of send you the songs in an email, and then you'd be able to hear it. Well, they're not song; they're spoken word tales for all the Starship stuff there, Valfira. So yeah, if you can listen to those, if I take away that little stupid whatever, what do you want to call it, the thumbnail or something. But if not, just shoot me an email. Let me do this. So overnight, well, I guess you could say into tomorrow, Valfira, I'm going to at least try to print out the old IndyCar. Because I'm going to try and print out both, Valfira. I'll try to, print out the old one and then see if we can get the new ones going. And who knows, maybe we like one better than the other. Okay, yeah, thanks there, Valfira. I just figured that, you know what? It's easier sending the stuff via Insta, believe it or not. Because emails, it tends to do the whole like, oh yeah, this is way too much. This is beyond 25 meg. We have to send it in like a Google Drive thing, which that is annoying. As in a lot annoying, very annoying. All right, I'm gonna take this here, a little bit of thinner. There we go. Some periwinkle in that sky. A little more. There we go. All right. Let's try to develop some more of our sky back here. Gonna get to a little smaller brush too. What are we? 28 minutes in? 28 minutes in. That's it. Nice to see you there, AD. Everybody please give AD Creations a follow. So AD, sorry I couldn't shoot you a message sooner. I was trying to get ready for the stream and get 2 prints, well actually 3 prints going. So basically I'm going to declare one of the Anycubic printers it's not like dead. I could get another screen for it or something like that. I'm just like, it's not worth it. I actually have I have another printer that I got on clearance. It's an Anycubic, and I think it's about the same size. I think it's actually maybe slightly newer than the Mono X's anyways. I've been kind of hanging on. That was the one that I was kind of hanging on to for insurance, just in case. Well, now it's a just in case. So next week or something like that, we'll try to get that new printer working. The new old printer, I guess I should say. Yeah, well, safe travels there, AD. AD, that one it's gotten many thousands of miniatures out of it. And yeah, again, it's why I got one of those other machines just in case. And I was actually thinking about kind of retiring it early anyways, and now it's like, okay, it's not worth buying another screen for it. But yeah, I'll shoot you some messages tomorrow there, AD. Again, safe travels along the way. And AD, if you wanna just shoot your link one more, real quick, shoot your link in the chat there before you head out. Literally head out. So Velfira, there's just too much stuff. There's just too much stuff developing too fast there, Velfira, and it's just yeah. The Google Drive stuff only works when it's a little more static. This is way too frenetic. Hey there, Pink Fox, how you doing? Now this is looking a lot to me like speak friend and enter. He's thinking that's the entrance way into Moria there. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6 for Sweet Pink Fox. Wow, that took off. That thing rolled halfway across the table, but it did end up like this. So Sweet Pink Fox with the first Gandalf 6 of the week. Now here, let's take a little look-see at last week. So this is what we did last week. You can see how this is starting to develop. See that? You can see this over here. So see you later there, AD. Camden, I could swear that Kathy got me. I don't know if it was the original book. It was one of the Dinotopia something or others. It might have actually been like some little. It was almost a combination book and game. If that makes any kind of, it probably doesn't make much sense, but if it makes any kind of sense, it was something along those lines. Now again, we're doing a little scrumbly type stuff here. So Velfira, no, it's not working that way because we're kind of going back and forth. Some stuff gets removed as the story changes. Velfira, it's kind of like this right now, where stuff gets wiped out. Or think of it this way, Velfira, when we're doing our spacescapes and we blink entire worlds out of existence. Well, that's kind of what's going on here. So it's things will be like, okay, well, that was a good idea before we did this. Well, all that goes away. So yeah, Velfira, that's it's unfortunately it's not that simple. Be nice if it was, but it is most definitely way more complex than that. It's like these clouds here that have already changed several times just in the last few minutes. And that's how it is when you're basically sketching out a brand new universe. I mean, we're literally creating a brand new universe here, not with like, okay, there's 2 or 3 planets. We're talking dozens. I've already done stuff for New Terra. Just did the Jalarans. We have the Wodan. We have the Elchiba. And as you do each one, sometimes you have to go back and alter some of the ones that were already done. Yeah, because I tried doing Google Drive folders with all the miniature stuff. It's like, okay, yeah, this is stupid. Let's just wait till we have something much more organized, then do that. Because it was like, all right, I have to delete like half or 3/4 of the folder. Part of it is Valfera too, as I learned like the different things with the supports. And actually, now Valfera, the one thing I'll have to shoot you is I think I might have sent you 1 or 2 of the pictures of the communication back and forth with GPT as we debate settings. Actually, Valfera, think of it like think of it like this, Valfera. Think of it, you're on a golf course. Except the caddy sometimes says, "I told you so." Yeah, that's you're like, well, you ain't gonna be my caddy for very long, but that's sometimes how it rolls with these with these Valfira. Now we're starting to get a little bit more of an indication of our couple of main towers over here. So basically, I think it's about 52 degrees out there right now. The temperature in the basement has changed about 6 degrees or something like that. Remember, I was saying we feed the temperature settings into GPT when we're figuring out the settings, and that actually did change a few things because it was 76 the last time I tried printing. So that actually did have an impact on the printer settings. It's kind of like, what is that? Printer settings in real time. Yeah, think of it that way. All right, let's do some more. Let's do some more dark here. And now these edges, we got to start getting these edges going here. Now, what is going to be interesting, Valfir, I'll have to back out as far as I can to do it. But I think if we do film noirs with both paintings there, Valfira, that ought to be really a really fun way to show edge contrast, I think. I mean, may not work out as well as I'm thinking, but I think it's going to be a pretty good way, again, to show that concept of edge contrast. Velfira, that's we only line our heads with foil, Velfira. We only line our heads with foil. Foil is not for walls; it's only for our heads. That's a valuable resource, right, for anti-infiltration. Look at this blendy brush. See that? Look at this. Look at this. There, see that? Nice to see you there, Michael. Let's see. Actually, gee whiz, it's 37 minutes already, Velfra. I think didn't we do one 15 minutes in the last time around? So, Michael, you want to share some stuffs in the chat? Please go ahead. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So you can already see edges are starting to happen. Here, let's do this. We're going to do a couple things here. We're going to zoom out. And now we're going to do this. And now we're going to do, look at this. I mean, outside of the extra, okay, there's more lights in this one here. Is there really all that much of a difference? Even now, is there that much difference between these two things? Let's see. Okay, so we'll have to, and again, we're going to get some more light back here too. So we haven't, obviously, we haven't even gone past like a middle tone, much as a light middle tone. Certainly not near a highlight like we got here, but look at that. That's not nothing, right, Valfera? Here, let's bring back Mr. Color again. I think that's going to be pretty darn cool, Valfera, doing that several times. So Canva, do you remember? Oh, let's zoom back in. Remember the? Oh gosh, was that an Erickson? Yeah, that was that Erickson thing, Canva, where it was all about the moonlight stuff, and I kept emphasizing over and over again that colors in the moonlight stuff are very much subdued. But the shadows are harsher. Subdued color, shadows are harsher, because you're not getting that kind of as much reflected light as you do with sunlight, because, well, the harsh shadows doesn't mean that the moonlight is stronger. It just means that's why you get the harsher edges, because it is weaker. So yeah, that's going to be definitely reduced in size there, Valfra, no problem. The edge contrast will pretty much be everything here, Camda. It will reign supreme like we were talking about. It is going to dominate the landscape. Ah, see what I did there, Camda? See what I did there? Yep, I did that. Now these gotta start doing this here too. You know how, like, well, Bill Alexander I know Bob Ross does this stuff too. I tried doing this in the early days, like with acrylics on masonite or something like that. Yeah, needless to say, that wasn't happening. I'm like, how the heck can he do that? Well, I didn't realize that he had like slimy oil paint on top of slimy oil paint on a soft canvas. So thanks for being here, Asmo. Appreciate that. Actually, Asmo, if you want, I can send you some of the Starship stuff too. Yeah, I'll send you some of the Starship stuff. I think you will like that. Now, what is interesting is that one of the spoken word things I was working on, I could not understand why it was supposed to be a male voice only, and yet like a third of the way through, the woman's voice pops up, and it's like, wait a minute, that's not supposed to be in here. I mean, it actually people actually liked it. I was like, why is this in here? Well, I didn't realize that I had it. It was actually set to female voice. I'm like, how in the? It's like that's not supposed to be there. It was. So I was fighting it for at least, I want to say at least 4 hours, not realizing that somehow it had gotten set to a female voice, even though the instructions said male voice only. Where's my? Oh yeah, okay. Here, this is where moonlight's gonna start coming in here. Now we're starting to bring in some of the lighter stuff here. Starting to bring this in. I mean, we are 42 minutes in after all. It's time to start doing a little something, something. Also, again, you can see, right? It's very important to have this linear stuff going on down here. Gotta be very linear there. Can be fluffier other places, but not right here down by our horizon line. Now we can start doing a little bit more fluffier stuff. Getting a little too light too fast there. Let's retreat there. We retreat to some of our radiant colors there. Do we want? Yeah, we want that up here. We want that up here. Do I want more of here? Yeah, let's do that. More like this. And again, that's where this is going to get cut down a little more here. A little more. And then this also going to get cut down some here. Move you on over this away. We'll rebuild that. Let's lighten this up here. Like so. All right. Whoa, look at this. Yeah, I'm liking that. That's picked up a whole bunch of our darker color along the way, and that's working out pretty well. Camda, with the power we wield with our 30-cent, no, probably about a 10-cent brush here, they should be glad we only wiped out half the city, right, Camda? I mean, if we can wipe out entire mountain ranges, worlds, and star systems, we can certainly wipe out half a city and no problem, right, Camda? I'm even gonna start to think about okay, that's maybe where the base of our lights are gonna be over here. I have to start thinking about that too. I want to have a little more here. We're gonna push this way. Is nice. No, 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 no. So, let's get more of our here we go color there. Yeah, good. That would have been way too light otherwise. Oh no, now this is starting to tie together here. Just a smidge there. Just a little. How's about we go a little more on this to again make this edge a little crispier with our building here. And we'll take some of that away also. Yeah, I'm gonna make that thinner. Do this. More. Like this. I think, sure, let's do this. Oh, good, okay. I was hoping that way again would start mixing with some of the stuff that's there. It can't just be a dark silhouette. We didn't do that with this, right? We're not doing that with this here. No, Velfira, that wasn't just an attack by the autocorrect monster, Velfira. I think we could call that an assault. Yeah, that was a. I think the autocorrect monster just did an. I think it used the nuclear option on you there, Velfira. Yes, indeed. The autocorrect monster went full nuclear on you, right there. I mean, normally it just kind of changes things a little bit, right? So it's none. Well, it would probably be full, I would say. Right now, actually, Vilfra, I thought you were asking me about now because I believe that we have a new moon right now. This is definitely a full moon because with this much clouds in front of it and it's still kind of cranking out this much light right here, I think you could safely say it's got to be a full moon. Yeah, that was a full on attack right there, wasn't it, Camda? That was not leaving anything to chance. I'm just trying to think, because there's certain in the little letter pads and stuff, right on the phones. There's letters that I think the is another word that just gets messed up almost automatically all the time. I'm just trying to think of how the W in there and the L and then the 9 got in there. That sounds more like Otto von Bismarck or something like that. The Vilmo Neinen right there. Yeah, I don't. That sounds. It sounds like a Panzer Brigade or something like that. The Vilmo Neinen. Actually, Velfer, that might be pretty. Where? Oh, here we go. Yes, that's. So that's the well-known tank commander here, the Vilmo Neinen. How's about we welcome in Kaylee and Catmaster? We have our usual double raid. Thank you so much, Kaylee. I know that you have to go take off. Why don't you go ahead and do that? And then we're going to welcome in Catmaster as well. So great to see you again, Cap. And again, Kaylee, appreciate the raid. So, actually, Cap, did you? I think you guys had a chance to see our landscape from last week. This is our Cyber Camelot right here. We're doing a moonlight version of this painting right here. So you can kind of see again the landscape very much the same. No drawing on this either. We just like took a blank board. Where's one? Here we go. So what are we? We're 50 minutes in. Whoops. There we go. That's what it looked like. Look at that! Look at that highly detailed drawing on there. Again, the precision is just astounding. It's so precise you can't see it. But that's what this looked like 50 minutes ago. Kaylee, if you wanted to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. I know that you're probably heading out. Of course, Catmaster, if you want to post some stuff there too, please go ahead. Now, some of our more recent things here. Well, here is our fabulous. We're getting into our corrupted characters here. So there's a corrupted Lancelot bust. And here is our corrupted Lancelot figure. Each one had just a little bit of freehand on the back there. So again, there's our corrupted Lancelot figure and bust. And we also started working on the first of our ships right here. So this is part of the Seri Republic. The first one, we got more on the way. Here's some more of our fabulous ship designs. Here's another one right here. So again, that's all part of the same fleet. And I think I'm fairly certain you saw our Cyber Cathy and Cyber Jiro that we did last Wednesday. That was 8 days. Yeah, 8 days ago we did that. So again, Cap, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. And again, appreciate the raid, like always. Thank you very much. And again, this is all part of our Cyber Thoria universe here. We've got the board game well underway. We've got the RPG now also. We got a bunch of stuff done on that too. Lots of stuff done on that. So none of the no Trek stuff there, Camda. No replicators, no transporters. So it's a more like Babylon 5 tech there, Camda. So yeah, no cloaking device or there's stealth stuff there, Camda. But yeah, not exactly cloaking stuff because, well, that would be a little bit too close to something else. And also in game rules, well, that would be a nightmare too. Oh yeah, oh that's cool there. And again, Artemichael, you had a chance to share your stuff too, right? Camdo trying to. It would basically be in the form of just some negative modifiers on your hit rolls there, Camda. Instead of something like really, really specific there. We're going to lighten up some more of this here. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Catmaster just shared. And everybody please give Catmaster a follow as well. Now let's back off of it. That'll be too late there. Too late. Let's start working some of this over here. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Artemichael just posted. There we are. And again, I was very, very pleased with the first 4 of the storyboards for the first 4 civs. Again, I'm going to try and at least do one or two more after the stream tonight, among other things. So you can kind of see how the moonlight's playing out here. We're going to grab Mr. Blendy Brush here. And all we're doing is just poking at this thing. That's literally all we're doing is just kind of poking at this thing. That's it. What that's doing, right? Edges. It's all about the edges here. We're trying to take down some of the edges that are too strong. No, that's going to be too bright. Let's back off of that a little. And here, yes, we need our light in there. Like this. Look at this. We're taking this brush. We basically almost look at it. It's almost like this way. Here, let me see. Can you see this? Ah, there we go. Look at this. See how the brush is almost. It's almost parallel to the surface. We're doing this again. You say, what are you doing that for? Well, okay, normally, right, you get like that much out of it. But instead, look at this. So instead of getting that, we get this. From this, we turn it into a multi-brush. See how I'm able to just kind of go back and forth and such. And now here we can grab this thing and well, look at that. We just erased it. That's the magic of the oil paints, right, Camda? And again, everybody please check out the link that Catmaster shared. And again, please give Catmaster a follow too. Gonna do here. Let's take some more of this. Like so. Now let's start to work. We don't want to just keep working back here. We got nothing here. We got to start doing our cityscape here too. Again, this is our Cyberthurian landscape. Let's start to get some sharper stuff on our buildings here. Sharper stuff on the buildings. Build this up a little. Then we'll get our lights in. Ooh, there's some thinners sitting on that brush. So let's get rid of some of that. I could see that was immediately starting to turn in like this weird, almost a wash type of a consistency there. We didn't want that. So strengthen the spire there. And now I think we can get into this one. I think whatever stuff we're doing on the sky behind it, I think we won't wipe out too much of this in the process. And again, you can see we don't want it to be just a straight up silhouette. We don't want just a straight up silhouette there. And I think we're conveying that. Yep, I think so. Now we got this little cross archway here. Oh, by the way, for our Flat Thursday, in addition to our Cyberthurian portraits, we're going to be able to do some landscapes now from my Cyberthuria, from my Compass Rose universe now. Yep, we're going to be able to do that. I got some really, really nifty landscapes / spacescapes already. Yeah, those are going to be super fun. And again, everybody please check out that link that the Catmaster just shared. Now again, is this going to be an exact copy of our previous painting? Well, no. It's not going to be an exact copy. It's that's close. It's in the neighborhood, as they say. I would like to take away a little bit of that building there. Also, I'm going to lighten up the underside of this too. Yeah, lighten that up soft. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So back to it. Now, again, you can see this part of our landscape really begins to stand out. We haven't forgotten our stuff over here. What we wiped out, we can rebuild, right, Valfera? I'll see you later there, Catmaster. Again, everybody please give Catmaster a follow. And thank you so much for the raid, Cap. And take care, like always. Take care. Appreciate the raid. Appreciate you being here. And, well, best of Friday to you as well. Okay, so now we got that. That's been restored just a bit. Just a bit. And of course, Indigo. Indigo is king when it comes to moonlight type stuff here like this. Definitely more indigo, more better. And then of course we'll get our bright lights in here too, but wait on that. So we just passed 1 hour in. We're 1 hour in here. Just getting underway. Pretty sure the other one was about 4 hours, 15-ish minutes, something like that. Like so. More on this set of buildings over here. Maybe a little more spire there. Then maybe a little bit of hint of more buildings over there. Of course, this is not our darkest dark. I believe we're going to want... Where's my... Yeah, we're going to want to get that a little darker. And we're trying to push our landscape a little bit into our clouds, into our fog here. I would like to get a little bit more of this right here too, especially right where this light's going to be, because I want that to be... So our background lights, these are going to be a little bit stronger than what we have had, or what we did on our earlier landscape for a reason, right? Because we want city lights and not so much daylight. Also, too, see, look at this. See how that suddenly stands out a whole bunch more just because there's an edge right there. Also light versus dark, but that's a much harder edge. We haven't done anything. We haven't added any light there whatsoever. When we do that, then this is gonna come even further forward. And I'm gonna take that down even more. But remember how we were sticking this on its, doing the same thing here. Same to see. We just take it. We're just dragging that around, cause this here is oils. Now also too, see that? A soft edge. We don't want this to be one continuous hard edge, like over here. See what we're gonna do? Look at this. See how we took out those two little edges, and we're gonna do a similar deal right here. So we have a few hard edges, other areas softer. We're gonna take this. Look at this here. So again, we soften up some of those edges right there. Some hard edges, some soft edges. Let me take this again. I'm going to try really seal up here. Yeah, that needs a little... No. Grab another one of these, perhaps. One that's not quite so beat up. Now we'll just try to get all of the thinner out of there. That'll be better. And everybody can check out the Patreon page. I just did the latest tutorial video. That just got posted yesterday. It was the conclusion of Series 47, Army Painter Series 47. That was our fabulous Battlefleet Gothic series. I think it was some like 18 ships. Yeah, it's like 18 ships that I did. That was wild. From start to finish. I don't know if you saw the animation there, Landtrust, at the end of that, but that was the whole point of doing that, was to just show how things have changed since I first was learned how to make the references that way. And man, it is so different now. Again, trying to make some more of our clouds is over here. None of this is there is no straight up white on here. Is there lighter colors? Yeah. Is there straight up white? Nope. There is no straight up white on here. That was a little too much of the thinner in there, so we'll take some of that out of there. And this what we're doing right here is not all that different. Where's our base, our spacescape here? See what we did there on the spacescape? Yeah, that's not. Is it really all that much different than we're doing on these clouds? They're all cloudy things, right, Camda? To all just cloudy things. Lighten up this guy here. We need to start finding some more light and kind of our mid-ground here. Not foreground, not background, in our mid-ground here. Let's get something lighter there. And again, this is also right, not too much hard edge in any one area. Some more of our light over here, because again we got moonlight. Maybe soften up the edge on that part of that landscape over there. Back to my really light blue, a little bit more of the radiant blue. That's like the actual radiant blue there, by the way. What I would like to do is carry a little bit of this more linear cloud into our cityscape here, just at least a little. Somehow sneak in a little more of that in here between the buildings, like you do. Some more that there. Okay, yeah. And hopefully even this part, okay, we have foreground, middle ground, background. We're hoping that even this has a foreground, middle ground, and then a background. So I haven't gotten that yet, Michael. I haven't gotten that. The alkyd resin, haven't gotten that. There was a couple other colors too, Art and Michael. What were some of the other ones we were thinking about getting? Oh, I can't remember. There was the radiant orange was definitely one. Oh, it was. I don't think it was Mars, or was it Mars orange? Maybe that was the other one. Maybe Mars orange was the other one that I was thinking about getting. Trying to build up that edge a little bit down there too. Now I'm going to start to get some more of our cracks. That's kind of a simple thing there. We're going to get more of these in there. So again, you can kind of see now how our landscapes are starting to look very much similar there. Now we're going to develop this. And the same way we've been developing this, let's work on our bottom third over here. And again, our next Thursday we'll be hitting this one over here, our basically sunset version. So we did sunrise. We're doing it totally in order. Sunrise, moonlight, sunset. Because I mean that makes absolute sense, right, Camden? To do it that way. I mean, why would we have sunrise, sunset, and moonlight? That doesn't make any sense. Let me see. Well, let's just count with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think we got 9 colors that we have 8 colors we've actually used, Camden. There's some other ones I think we'll start to bring in as we go along. Maybe the next half an hour ish, maybe 40-ish minutes or so. But right now we've used like maybe 8. That's it. Don't necessarily need a whole bunch of colors to be able to get a whole bunch of colors for sure. What have we here? So I would guess. Well, let's see. No, it might. Well, no. I guess this Saturday we will try to do our Indianapolis 500 stream, which means the Linseed Racer makes another appearance on the channel. You know what? Here, I'm going to actually grab this. So that's Coal Black, aka Mars Black, pretty much. I think, anyhows. Now we're going to start hitting some really dark stuff in here. And now stuff going to get real dark in here. It was sort of dark. Now we're going to get real dark in here. And you can see, right, these edges, they become even more sharp, more contrast. Go that way. Okay, we're kind of breaking this up here. Break this up some more. And then over here, too, we can't just have that be open. We want more of our rocks and such over here, or stones, really. Like this. Like this. Some more there. Okay, there we are. Sledge, I was trying to look at that story, but the stupid app on the phone would just kind of crash out on me. So he was 41. I don't know if that was a natural cause sort of thing, or because there was no dramatic footage of, I don't know. Well, obviously it's also not the weekend, so I wasn't sure if that was a practice accident or something there, Sledge, or if he just kind of, if that was just a non-racing fatality. I guess, is that the word I'm looking for there, Sledge? So yeah, I wasn't able to see anything because it just wouldn't let me see. I was trying to look at that story. I tried like 10 times. I restarted the phone. No dice there. So yeah, not sure what actually happened there. So yeah, any info you got there? Okay, thanks, Sledge. I kind of figured that's what it was because, I mean, the only thing it could have been is like a practice incident or something like that. And generally, that kind of stuff's not going to happen in a practice situation because you're not going 4 wide, 250 miles or 215 miles an hour. So yeah, I know that some drivers always kind of maybe there's always more controversy swirling around them than others. I wonder. Again, it's not Indy racing, but I would imagine there will be some kind of a tribute this weekend. I mean, they do have, was it the Brickyard 400, right? I think that's what they do. The NASCAR race there. At least that's what I think. I'm not sure. I could be wrong, but I think it is the Brickyard 400. Bringing out some more just here. So again, see now we're gonna have another layer here. Another clouds are like onions. They got layers. Here's another layer of our clouds right in here. Good, they're like onions. And again, we are 1 hour 15 minutes in. 1 hour 15 minutes. I shall lighten up you some more. Perhaps even more of our sharper edges here. Like that. Not maybe gonna do too much with this because I might have to hang on to that. There's some of the corners are gonna have to kind of to leave those open just a little here. I mean, ever since like the Gen 6 vehicles and all that. Well, actually, it was kind of like Gen 4 for me. Started the turn, and then once they got to Gen 6, it was like, let's do this. Let's do this here. So yeah, I mean that's somebody that's been on the NASCAR circuit for a very, very, very long time. Oh, I wonder. Let me get a little bit of my horizontal clouds going here. A little more, just a touch more. Again, this way. Now we try to pick up some of these edges. This is what we did on our other one here. We had to kind of wait to see, okay, how, our anchor points here, what's going to happen with those. Ooh. Well, that was a little too chunky right there. Let's get rid of some of that. That is too much. Taking some of that away. More of our, and you can see these are a bit smaller here, right? Not as big and as broad as these. And some of these might change too. I mean, if again we might blink entire cities out of existence again. Still, there's no guarantee, right, Camden? Nothing has a right to exist in Wappleville. Well, not that doesn't have our approval. We say what gets to exist and not exist in Wappleville, right, Camden? Looky there, looky there. See how that it starts to come forward. Then here it is. We take you. And we do that. Is this the same? Yep, that is the brush. That's the one. Doing this some more here. I'll show that. And then there is some, oh, that's going to be too late. Let me grab this. There we are. You wouldn't, I mean, this is a teensy little brush that is pennies on the dollar, yet I don't know, I think we've been painting with this like the last half hour, right, Camden? This little stupid brush here. Look at that again, another nice little edgy thing happening there. I'm gonna try to bring in a little more of our more cloud action up here. That also has hopefully a little bit more of the, yeah, a little bit more of the violet color on there too. In here. Maybe take away a little bit more of that blue. Let me get more of the periwinkle. Yeah. So some of the, yeah, let's take over some of that sky blue there. It's going to be a little bit too much for a moonlight situation here. Hit this again. You too. It was the Fox Sports app there, Sledge. It would bring it up and then it would close. And I restarted the phone at least twice. Well, the phone is on a scale of 1 to 10, I give it a -5. So there's probably that. That is not that phone has never really been great, and now that it's older, it's yeah, it's definitely far from great. It's far from adequate. It's starting to become a little bit far from usable. Break this up some more. So yeah, it's the Fox Sports one, and I don't think I've ever seen that happen to it before. I mean, the last time I looked at that, it was still football season. So yeah, that's pretty much the last time I opened that. So that's why I was like, okay, maybe there's just something weird with this today. I don't know. I would like to now here. Let me try to work in. Yeah, because we don't want these to be straight up silhouette. We've kind of worked around. Now let's circle around back into this here. A little bit of thinner on this. Not a ton. But trying to make these buildings here seem again less like just a straight flat silhouette. That would not give us a whole lot of shape back here. Like not much distance, not much form. Oh yeah, that needs to be sharpened up. That's got to be split there. Can I lighten you up? Well, I can't, but then I gotta get me some dark behind it. Also, too, here, let me grab this guy. Let me grab this. Whoops, not that. All right, now we're going with the super expensive brush. That's all of like $5.50. Then now we're going massively expensive on brushes here. It's like we're going crazy, going bonkers with a $5 brush. We spare no expense, right, Camda? As in, we have no spare expense. That's why we're getting pennies on the dollar brushes because we have no spare expense. So we get the wonderful craft brushes. It's all about words, right, Camda? That's what we do here. Can we get? I want that to actually be, unlike the other one where that top spire was lighter, I want to go darker with that top spire. And then again, we're going to have to, again, our really bright lights on there. I will let this have a chance to set, though. I would say I want to give this, this stuff I'm doing on here, I want to go at least a little, maybe 15 minutes or so before I even try to put the lights on here, as in like the little city lights. Also, too, that would be our fast matte white. I think we're gonna be breaking that a little bit earlier than the usual time frame. It's a little different situation here. Different. There's been times I think we brought out the fast mat weight a little bit sooner. There's been times where we brought out it way later. I mean, sometimes it's like hour 4, and we're just now bringing the fast mat weight out there. Here, so again, some buildings maybe a little bit on a little bit more broad instead of all just the spires there. Continuing to bring some of these out. I think we're going to do a little, yeah, let me try a little bit dark here. Otherwise, we do have to bring some light back in here. Also, too, I want to put some lights on this as well. Haven't forgotten that either. Come on, there we go. Darken you, or sharpen that up a little, I suppose, is more like it. Alright, now we leave that alone. Back down here. We got our liner brush. Let us start to carve out some more shapes here in our stones. Shapes and cracks and all that good stuff. Like this. Alright, just stuff that this is not what that other brush does well. There's stuff that brush does really well that this, well, does not. And what we're doing with this, that other brush, not something I would really want to be doing with that. I mean, I could lay this brush on its side and do some of the stuff that that other one does. It would also be destroying this brush real fast like. And even then, it wouldn't do it quite as well because the bristles on this are more stiff. That's what makes that other one a really nifty micro blending brush and all. We need some more of our cracks and crevices over here. In you go there. Thank you so much, Sleepy Wolfie, for the raid. Everybody, please give Sleepy Wolfie a follow. So, Wolfie, if you would like to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Thank you so much for the raid. We are doing another one of our fabulous landscapes here, also in oils. Last week, we did this. So, the sunrise version of our Cyber Camelot. Now we're doing the moonlight version. You can kind of see again the similarities in our landscape, but very different properties here, right? We have all the contrast between the oranges and the blue, whereas here, pretty much everything is going to be an edge contrast. So hi, nice to see you there, Sleepy Wolfie. So Sleepy Wolfie, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead and do that. We're working with oil paints here. 1 hour 28 minutes ago, what we had was this. Just a piece of hot press illustration board, no drawing, no colors, no nothing. It was this. 1 hour 29 minutes and 6 seconds later, this is what we have. Again, working with our oil paints, and it's all part of our Cybertheria universe. Our last Cybertherian we were working on was our corrupted Lancelot right here. Now here is the regular version of Cyber Lancelot. There he is. So again, this is fallen to the predations of Mordred here. This is still Lancelot in his loyal form. Before that was the bust version, which is right here. So that's the corrupted Lancelot bust. And here is Regular Lancelot. Oh, well, looky here. See that? Look at that. It's the spires of Cyber Camelot. Yes, indeed. And that is also reflected here in the Lady of Shalott. Well, look at that. Hopefully this makes even more sense now, Camda. So again, this right here, literally this is the view that I was looking at when I was painting this bust right here. So that's, again, we're kind of going from 3D down to 2D there. So Sleepy, again, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And everybody, please give Sleepy Wolfie a follow. Sleepy Wolfie, that's always so annoying, right, when that happens, because you got no control over it. You can try, right? You reset things, restart things, and you're just like, oh, come on, give me a break here. But it still doesn't want to work, right? So sorry about that. And again, everybody, please give Sleepy Wolfie a follow. There we go. Check out those Discord links. Check out those Discord links that Sleepy Wolfie just shared. And of course, Sleepy Wolfie is hoping that the next stream, it does no shenanigans, right? No shenanigans next stream. Yeah, it's like, and of course, the fact you have no control over it, right? Yeah, the Discord links for, I don't know why, but the Discord links are always super long. Instagram links are like Instagram.com, boom. But Discord links are biblical by comparison. Or more like encyclopedias, I guess. Maybe it's more like that. So, you know, I'm going to do a little bit here. Let me get rid of this. Let's do a little bit of our lighter stuff in the corners down. This one. Thanks, Sleepy Wolfie. And again, we also have bas reliefs. Well, actually, here, let's break out the bas relief of said Lady of Shalott. Because, oh, look at that. Again, the spires of Cyber Camelot. And, yeah, we've been doing a whole... Let's see, where's our Arthur here? Here he is. There is Arthur. There is Arthur in cyber form. Again, a little touch of freehand on some of these guys is always very fun. And actually, this Monday, our last stream was this right here. So this is, again, all of these are my own sculpts. Yeah, made these 100% mine. They don't come from anybody else but me. And this is part of our brand new whole series of fleets that we're working on. So this is one fleet right here. So this is the carrier version. That is a battleship version. We've got a battle cruiser version right here. I just finished doing like a troop transport, all that. This is more like a light cruiser right here. There you go. So it's more like a light cruiser there. And we're working on a whole ton of fleets. That's fantastic there, Sleepy Wolfie. Which one do I'm going to go with this and some of the white. And now this should be a little more dry brush. Let's see what happens over here. Let's see what happens over here. There we go. And those ships are based on, let me see, where do we have it right here? I thought we had them here. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so that is based on this civilization right there. Yeah, that's the chicken folks there. Yep, Sleepy. I had a whole massive universe of different starships, different species, and all that kind of stuff that I did years and years ago. They had no way to really make that, and we're talking about the 1990s. There was no available technology then. There certainly wasn't 3D printing, right, Sleepy Wolfie? Now, with 3D printing and everything else, I can actually make all that stuff come alive. I've already got, I think, was it 5 different species of ships where they're pretty much pretty well developed. Well, the 5th one will be after the stream. I've done all the orthographics and everything. I just have to start rolling out some more test prints on them. And actually, this is, I think I still have the image here. Here we go. Yeah, so this is one of the species here. I'm actually doing a bust from that species. That's the fish folks right there. Yep, Sleepy. They'll start out being available to the folks on the Patreon page because they are the subject of tutorials like this one right here. So this one was obviously a gold non-metallic tutorial. So that's, again, first it'll be available to the patrons. Now there's this one over here. This is, I think we just did episode 2. This is another one of my originals right here. So we've done episode 2. Boy, that cadmium red ain't nothing, right, Camda? Look at that cadmium red there. So this was actually printed out in FDM right here. So that's another one that's going to be available again to the patrons. And then eventually, Wolfie, they'll be on my mini factory. But the priority is because the thought process was, Wolfie, that okay, if people want to follow along with my tutorials, in effect, they have to then follow every Patreon and every tribe that I do, which is more like 17 of them. And I thought, well, if I'm the one making the files, then they can just get them from me, and it'll be part of their pledge instead of like, okay, they got to do the pledge plus a whole ton of other Patreons, which that gets pricey in a hurry, doesn't it, Sleepy Wolfie? And of course, Sleepy Wolfie, before then, I'll just, if people say, hey, look, do you have a Google Drive folder or something like that? So before it goes up on my mini factory, if folks just want to contact me, just person to person or something, I figured I would do it that way. That way I can get, see how other people are painting the files. Because that's the other thing too, Sleepy Wolfie. I can't wait to see how other people paint the same thing. Because I know how I would paint it, right? Because it's based on my artwork. So where's our... well, yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Right here. So this Guinevere right here, the reason it has these colors is the original painting was done in these colors. So that's kind of why I've done. And here's another one. Again, we have our Celtic Goddess series. Well, this is all basically done in the exact same colors as the original painting, and it would be nice to see what somebody else might do with it color-wise. Maybe they have a whole different hair color or something, or different color eyes, whatever. Maybe even a different expression. So I don't know. It seems like Twitch is getting all twitchy or something like that. I don't know. Could be wrong. Now here we're doing more of just a dry brushy kind of thing here. More dry brushy stuff. And this is much, now we're starting to get into the much lighter stuff there. So yeah, Camda, that was the test of the cadmium red to see what that would do. So it's almost a little bit like a multi-episode color theory and oils there, Camda. So again, sorry if Twitch is being twitchy. We got no control over that, right, Sleepy? We got no control over that. Let me do some more of this here. So yeah, Cam, there's nothing I can do about that. That is a Twitch thing. That ain't a me thing. And wasn't doing that before. Sleepy, because, well, just think about it. It's only like probably in the last 15-ish minutes or so that it's been doing that. let me roll in some more of this over here. Now in here we actually, we could, here, I know I got an awful lot of the light stuff, and now let's keep going with the light stuff here for now. Yeah, that's it. You know what, since we put that thinner in there, I'm going to do this. Here, let me grab some of that violet over there. Nice to see you there, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. So Grand Oracle, I hope that everything is all on for that event this weekend. And I'm sure that's going to be super fun. I'm sure you'll love that. So Grand Oracle, I was showing off against some more of the ships here. This is what I was originally supposed to be painting this Monday. Was this right here? So again, I'm trying to bring in a little bit of something that's not all just the darker colors here. Hey, there's Surface Tension. Great to see you. And of course, Surface Tension, why don't you share some of that fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat there? So great to see you there. Here, let's just keep going with our, well, that's got a little bit of the black in there too even. Let's let some of these mix together. Down over here. No, Grand Oracle, Twitch is just being twitchy here for some reason. It's unfortunate, but, well, it's pretty typical, right, Grand Oracle? I mean, are we really surprised? So Grand Oracle, when I don't know if I've tried to send you any of the different the audio things. I'm not sure if I've tried to send you those. I'll try to send you some just on Instagram. For whatever reason, Instagram hates those. I'll try and send them to you because there's a lot of neat stuff there, Grand Oracle. And actually, right now I've got I actually have a bust coming, printing out right now, along with some more ships. So see what I'm doing here? Look at this. See how these clouds, all of a sudden, they have more shape to them. There we go. All right, starting to do the same thing. And of course, a film noir. We did a film noir earlier, Grand Oracle, and it was just shocking how almost exactly like these looked. And we did not do, there's no drawing here or anything like that. Nah, that's fantastic, Grand Oracle. So yeah, if you do a film noir, the two of them they look shockingly. I mean, it's kind of scary just how alike they're starting to look. It wasn't necessarily that way initially, but now they look very much. Now this is going to actually have some of the here ultramarine blue, like actual ultramarine blue. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Inganes, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there, like always, like you do. Go ahead and share some stuffs in the chat. And this is exactly what we did with the other one. It was literally the same thing. Now, maybe it's slightly later because, remember, this had, well, obviously, as you saw by the other one, there was more color in it. Now, we'll take our blendy brush thing here, and we're going to attack these now. Just do this. Everybody check out the link that Surface Tension posted, some fabulous oil painted stuff. And check out a link that Ingane's going to post. Also give Ingane's a follow. And of course, Ingane's, here's hoping that you are that much closer to getting back to doing some streaming. There we go. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ingane's just shared. There we are. So again, just scribbling in some of this dark right here. And it, again, also has a little bit more purity of color because we got more of the ultramarine blue in there, which is kind of a reddish blue, not a radish. Sneaking in a little bit more of it here. And I just got these 2 fingers on the brush also. And then the one on the right, this lower right-hand corner here, Grand Oracle, we'll hit that one next Thursday. And then actually what we might be doing, originally I was going to do portraits of our Cyberthurians, but I'm liking the idea of doing some of my landscapes of my different planets. That might be coming up next, Grand Oracle. So don't be surprised if we're doing landscapes of our different worlds. I'm going to bring in this here. And again, we're waiting for this. We're going to break out the fast mat white a little bit earlier here because we kind of need that, right, to get in our city lights there. Breaking up some of that, again, with our... This is about as dry a brush as you can get. And Grand Oracle, this was super, super watercolor. I mean, it was just, again, the oils are the original watercolors. It was looking very, very much like a watercolor at the start. Doing all kinds of fun, again, watercolor-esque type techniques. So again, that's got a little bit of the ultramarine blue in there. And what we're just about to get to, you can even hear there's a little bit of the lights in there. We're going to do a whole bunch of that back there. And you can, again, see how our clouds getting more and more billowy. Stuff here in the foreground with the harder edges there. Doing some more of this here. And again, that you can really see the ultramarine blue now. Look at that. You can see that. That blue is really showing up. Now we'll go back to our blending brush. We're just poking at it like this. That's all. Just poking at it like that. More of that here. Like so. Now, Grand Oracle, I don't know if you saw the... hopefully you saw the link for the latest episode there with the finale. The grand finale of the Battlefleet Gothic Fleet. And of course the animation at the very end of it. It's almost like a historical record, Grand Oracle, of how things have progressed with all of the different methods that we use here. Because, yeah, there was no way I could do... I had no ability to make any video stuff. When I did the references of those ships, yeah, there was no ability to even make any video whatsoever. It's all very, very different now. Yeah, look at how nice and soft that is. And of course, Grand Oracle, I'll try to send you that stuff in an Instagram. If it doesn't work, I'll try to shoot you that in an email instead. And of course, well, again, if you want to see a film noir on this or something like that, you know, so we can compare it directly to the other one, we can also do that. I think that would be very interesting. What might also be interesting, I'm just going to break this down some more. Breaking it down. Let me see if we can start to get some of our lighter edges here on our stones. Let's do this. Right here. There. I mean, it just, I only realized Grand Oracle, it's like, wow, that was one of the first, that was the first army painting series after, say, the Elves, where I tried to use the GPTs and such to create the color references and everything. Get that right up in there. And I was going to say, Grand Oracle, you might have a point or two. You might just have a few points for that. Now let's do our film noir on this first. Film noir starting Now, well, look at that. Edge contrast is really a thing. It doesn't matter which way we hold this, right? Eyes are still going to pretty much look to where the heaviest contrast is, which is this right over here. Now, let's bring in this one. Again, it's pretty wild to see the two of them together, right? Look at this. It, like, one is a little bit darker than the other one. That is it. Otherwise, they look exactly the same. Now here, let's hold this one upside down. And again, your eye is drawn up here until we bring back the color. We bring back the color. Now there's competition. There's you got the color contrast down here, right? So there's a little competition there. Here, not so much. Let me put that one off to the side. Here, it's like it's all about the edges because the color doesn't make a difference. There's a little bit, but certainly not enough to make a big difference. Film noir has value, right, Grand Oracle? Ah, yeah, here, let's bring in a little bit more of that. More. Breaking up some of these shapes. Some more here. And that makes these even more of a foreground shape. Or a foreground element here. Now over here, let's see, that's going to be right here, right? If that's going to be right there, we need that to be here. And that is going to be here. Of course, we don't have our fast matte white out here yet. Actually, even now, even this is not straight up Paul Rubens white. There's actually still a little bit of the blue in there, even at this stage. Bring that over that way a little bit more. And that even, a little bit of the moonlight kind of hitting the side of those. Yeah, it's like setting up you're gonna build a skyscraper, right? In Ganes, you gotta have that. You gotta have the foundation. You gotta have the steel frame, and then you can stick the stuff on the steel frame, right? Again, everybody please give Inganes a follow also. And like I said earlier there, guys, hopefully starting to wander closer and closer to being able to stream, maybe not like every single other day or whatever, but at least getting back to some streaming there. No, you know what? Oh, that's what we want to bring in here. Let me get this. And that is going to go right over here. Blending brush. There it is. So you see what all of this here? Look at this. We're going to take that and we're just going to shove this edge over this, but we kept that edge. Kill that edge. Keep that edge. It's very edgy. Yeah, surface tension. For it's it can be hard for folks to sort of translate what we're doing here to the miniatures. That's kind of actually surface tension where the bas reliefs are pretty handy. They are really like this bizarre hybrid there. Surface tension. Great to see you there, Drexia. Appreciate that. Drexia, I don't know if you saw, we just showed our two landscapes compared to each other, and thank you so much. Appreciate that, Drexia. And Drexia, right now we have this actually printing out. This is the first of my. This is the first bust based on the species of the different different races and planets and stuff. And also look at this here. Here is a. This is actually what I was supposed to be painting this Monday, but this we're gonna do a probably multi-part episode on this because we've never done a multi-part small scale. And again, here is our. This is what we did. I think you got a chance to see this last week, right, Drexia? I'm pretty sure that you did. Yeah, I'm sure you got at least part of that one. You had a chance to see that. Where'd that blending brush go? There you are. So yeah, Drexia, that is the, as we call them, the bird brain species. That is the Seri Republic. So Armored Wolf, there's a certain person who is very excited about that fishy bus that I just showed on stream there. Yeah, there's a certain person that is very much excited to see that thing become reality. And of course, what do we always recommend? Where did you go? There you are. You can do this with acrylics, oils, it does not matter. That's just Van Dyke Brown and Brilliant Yellow Pale. So take two colors. I mean, there's more than two colors here. There's more like 8. But you could just do two colors, one light and one dark. And, well, look what you can do. That, I strongly recommend that. In school, we hated it. We absolutely hated that. Now it's super fascinating to do stuff like that. So again, I just would say, maybe think about that. Certainly not hard, and there's so it's just the usual crescent illustration board. Hot press. I think it's 100 weight hot press there, Drexia. So cold press has all kinds of texture. The hot press much smoother. So Crescent hot press illustration board. Absolutely love this stuff, Drex. Oh boy, I wish you could have seen the beginning of this, Drexia. I am not joking about the whole watercolor thing. I mean, it sounds hilarious, right? Oils are the original watercolors. If I could have done in watercolors, with the oils back then, it's like I was taking oils at the same time. They should have just said, here, look, you don't need the watercolors, just take the oils and do watercolory stuff with the oils. It'll be fabulous. If I had known that back then, it would have been so much easier. Oh man, like at orders of magnitude easier. But live and learn, live and learn. That's why when people ask me like, "Oh, you're gonna, have you seen this watercolor stuff people are doing on miniatures?" It's like, yeah, I'm already doing that. I have oils. If I have oils, I'm already doing watercolor stuff. Yeah, that doesn't confuso people at all, right, Camda? Where's me? Here we go. Can we grab this again? And Drex, we were showing off a little bit ago. Here, look at these cadmiums here. This is genuine cadmium red right there. And again, this is another one of our sculpts. That was episode 2 of this series. Depending on if this is dry or not, that I might film the finale on Sunday for that. If it is dry, if it's not, then we'll do it next Tuesday. But yeah, if that is all dry and ready to rock and roll, I will film I'll film episode 3. Now we're starting to get our darks in here. Look at it, doing the scumbly stuff again. Scumbly. Drex, I also have a bust of that we will paint on a stream here. Yeah, the bust of that is really interesting because she's even more separated from the wheel. Well, the web there. Oh, that's what we want. Yeah, okay, there's not as much. But I need to do these here too. I almost forgot these guys. So yeah, what was? Oh yeah, the Jolarans. I was working on that Civ, and basically what I was trying to not have was space Romans. I didn't want that. Didn't want Romulans either. And I think I was able to come up with there's actually a very interesting character, and that's why I think their landscapes are going to be very interesting to paint. So again, we've been letting this set now for a good. But remember we said like 25 minutes. We were hoping to let that set. That's been setting for a while. And what I'd like to be able to do is get my bright lights back there. In fact, let's do that here. Let's break out ye old fast matte white. Let's do that here. Where are you hiding? Nope, that's iridescent pearl white. I don't want that. I want this here. So I'm gonna throw this out there. So actually, it's not the 41st millennium. What would you? Well, it's still the 21st. Well, I guess it's the 20. It's the year. Uh, well, let's see. The second Exodus was 2153. So the era is somewhere between 2100 and 2300. That's the timeline that we're looking at. Maybe about 2350. I think it's 250. It's either 225 years or 235 years worth of history or something. Let me get the rest of this here. All right, now we're going to try to. We want to have something that almost also too looks like roads and such leading up to our fabulous city right here. Now these can really start to stand out. And of course, Drexia, if you would like to share, we want to share some of that nifty stuff there in the chat. Please go ahead. And that's a little too heavy. That's too El Jefe. Let's take some. There we go. Yeah. That was a little too El Jefe. We're going to take some of that away. Let's do that instead. Remember, we got these lights here, some more up there. Like so. A couple more of our lights coming in this way. More lights on our buildings over here. Now even these guys, let's get some lights on them. Over here, again we're trying to. We want this to almost look like there's a bit of a pathway towards it. Where are we at here? It's almost semi-dry brushy too. Now we're starting to get there. See that? Now we're starting to break into almost looks like a little bit of a road or pattern or something that leads up to the cityscape here. Nice to see there, Sea Dragon. Sea Dragon. In a little bit, we'll do another film noir for you. And we'll compare it to the other one. It's really wild, Sea Dragon. Yeah, you got to see that. So we'll try to make sure that we do a little bit of film noir for you, comparing the two of them. Because in film noir, Sea Dragon, they basically look identical. It's virtually impossible to tell the two apart. And I think you'll get a real kick out of seeing that. Get more of the street lights, whatever here. Get more of these lights all the way down here towards the bottom. Like so. Bring that in here. You know what? Let's do this. This will be fun though. So that is even going to push a little light right here. And then all the way to here. All the way to there. So you can even out with the full color, right? It's kind of wild just to see how similar they look. But yeah, in a little bit here, we'll do a film noir for you. Film noir always has value, but sometimes it has even more value. Once you get kind of doing what is almost like these roads here. And the wild thing, of course, Drexia, is that none of this actually exists. None of the Cyberthurians exist in any corporeal form. Also, too, I think you can even see it more so now with... So this landscape is what I had in mind when we did the Lady of Shalott. So you can see, I mean, it's very much the same landscape here that you... I mean, it's shocking just how similar that is. More of our lights here. Again, I'm going to base that, yeah, even more. Right, whereas the other cityscape didn't really have so much with the lights here. Bring in that. And of course, oh, here he is. There's our Cyber Lancelot with, oh, look at that, the spires of Camelot behind him. So I know that it's taken a while to get all of these things printed and painted and everything else, but that was at the start. That was kind of the vision for the universe, the Cyberthuria universe. And of course, Drexia, there's been a lot of advancements, not just on the board game, but also on the role-playing game. We're working on all the stuff at once. Rest assured, nothing is being left aside. Everything is in different stages of testing and production and everything. Thanks, boy, Drex. We have not had a clip in years. I'm not joking. Yeah, Bithron used to do... Remember Drexia? Bithron used to do clips all the time. Yeah, thanks for doing that, Drexia. Appreciate that. Man, it has been forever since we had a clip. Surface tension, those scallions in the front yard, they're like virtually about to take over the... Actually, I wouldn't mind. Actually, there you go, surface tension. I'm going to have an entire front yard of just scallions. No grass, no nothing else. Everything will just be scallions as far as the eye can see. That's all anybody's going to eat. So yeah, Drexia, this has been super. And now here we're going to take our blending brush again. Where are you hiding? There you are. So we've been doing all this. Here, let's. All we're doing. Look at that. See how light that is? That's paint that it just took off of here. It's sort of blending it by just taking off some of the excess paint as well. Look at doing the same thing here. What do we do? We're just tapping like that. What it does, takes away that excess paint, makes it look softer. I'm gonna hit that even more right. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's what it was. So now even this has a foreground, middle ground, and background. Foreground, middle ground. You could even say that's part of the background of our cityscape here. Yeah, we are 2 hours, 10 minutes in. Two hours ago, this was, again, just a blank piece of hot press illustration board. You can usually get them, I want to say packs of 20. Or is it packs of 40? It might actually be packs of 40 on Dick Blick. I'm actually probably going to have to get me another pack of those, which is crazy to think I need to get me another package of those. But, well, now that we're back into flat Thursdays again, and like I said, we're going to do this one next week. Next Thursday, we'll be doing that landscape there. You know what? I might even come back in with some of my darker cloud stuff. Yeah, let's do that right here. I think this is the brush to use. This one. Fine. I'm even going to grab me a little bit of the ultramarine blue. Let's try this here. Surface tension. The entire neighborhood is going to be like Leclerc, right? We'll all be experts in disguise. Of course, we all have to wear glasses, but we'll all be dressed like onion sellers. Now, here's the dark in our clouds. Right there. Now, so see our light, look at that. See, the light really starts to take a bit. I'm going to go back to here. Let me get a little bit of that periwinkle in there. Because I also wanted some of my... There we go. No, we're talking. There. There we go. All right, so maybe let's do a little bit of film noir here. Just want to do a little more of this stuff right here, where the clouds are going in front of our moon. Do a little bit more of this here. There we are. No, that was too dark. Okay, let's do a little film noir. So we're comparing this to this. Film noir time says it's all about these edges here. If I turn it upside down here again, your eyes are still looking at those edges. Now let's take our other one here. No color. You're still looking there. You're like, yeah, that's what my eye is going to be attracted to or drawn to most until we do this. In which case, the eye is now drawn as much to this as it is to this, because we got all the color contrasty stuff going on as opposed to only the edge contrast right there. Now, let's do this one. Well, yeah, edge contrast, because you don't have all of the blues and yellows and everything happening down here. So very different. So that's, again, that's what your film noir can demonstrate. And that is why we say that film noir has value. Because it really does. I'll take my landscape a little further into... Nope, that's going to be too into... here we go. Just grab one of these, same brush, no paint, just drag that over a little bit more. Now, it's always open mic night in the Wappaville Comedy Club there, Drexia. Remember that? Remember the... I'm pretty sure that Recoil did a few images of some of our favorite characters also trying their hand at dropping down some lines in the Wappleville Comedy Club. Doing this here, all right. I'm gonna get me a little bit more of my. Let me grab you. Oops, too much thinner. We did break out, Grand Oracle, some of the actual, genuine radiant blue. That would be the gambling radiant blue, not just our sort of radiance from Paul Rubens. Actual, genuine radiant blue. Yeah, Drexia, we were covering NASCAR a little bit earlier. Obviously, this Saturday I'm hoping to be painting a new linseed racer. I'm going to try to print that out well, after this current batch is done, which should be done pretty much during the stream here. I know one print's already done. In fact, I might, in a little bit, I might just run down there just to see how the other print is doing. And that's the one of the of that alien character. That is that bus, and we'll see if that one's working out. Again, it's been a while. I haven't tried printing out any busts on that Saturn yet, so it's the first time I've printed out a bust on that Saturn. Now here we're going to try to get a little bit more of this light in here. Look at this. See how we're doing the kind of the scumbly stuff right here? This is just one of those little crafty brushes right here. That is it. Taking up a little bit more there. There we are. Flatten this out a little more. And this is kind of the next area we're going to try to develop in here. We just sort of have one big old flat line in here. We need more levels. It's our onion landscapes, right? Right, surface tension. We must have layers. And it's well, it's a good thing I didn't try to put the plants in or something like that, because, well, you know, it might be 49 degrees here, and we're not talking about Celsius 49. Well, let's see. Now, they didn't actually have a frost up there in Minnesota. There was no frost here, but of course, literally the day I put the last of the window air conditioner units in, then it immediately dropped down into the 50s. Right, Drexia? I mean, I'll take it, but still, that's the irony, right, Drexia? Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Drex. Yeah, surface tension, I believe, over on the East Coast there's some parts where it's probably somewhere between 40 and 42 Celsius there. Like you said, the anti-death orb shield there is well, it's on the fritz again, right? Surface tension. So let's see, 28 Celsius. That's got to be maybe 83-ish or something there. Surface tension. Maybe 84, 85 tops. Which, of course, for the ancient Welsh Landians is almost catastrophic, right? Yes, the ancient Welsh Landians were not evolved for that. And, so surface tension, we definitely have to have the ancient Welsh Landians as a kind of a hidden species in our Compass Rose universe. Yes, we must have the ancient Welsh Landians. All right, now I think I got me a little bit lighter something here. Let me try this. Let me try a little, like, right along here. So again, this is the area we're gonna focus on here. Is this kind of this area in the center here? There we are. So again, trying to do more interruption, more layers of clouds there. Now we got the fast matte white again. Let's hit this here right in here, right where our lightest moonlight is, and that's got to come all the way down here. See you later, dear surface tension. Can appreciate you being here. Just beware of those. Beware of the bio drones there. Now there is one civilization, the Wodan. I could say that maybe they are like the ancient Welshlandians, and maybe they would have bio drones. Trying to get more on our cloud here. No, let me use the. There it is. Let me use this here. Now we're talking. Yeah, there it is. So now we're trying to, again, squish everything, just like with the clouds. We squish the clouds closer to the horizon line. We're doing this with these, squishing that closer to the horizon. Like this here, again, along the edges of our clouds. We don't want too solid of an edge. How's about we start to carry that all the way down to about here. That's coming down this way. So it's all about perspective there, Drexia, right? If these are the clouds, if they're more overhead, you're going to see more of the underside of the cloud. Here, you're going to just see them straight on. It's called foreshortening. So think of it, instead of like this, you're seeing it more like this. So the clouds on the, above your head are going to be like this. Clouds on the horizon, you're essentially seeing that. And it works the same way. Let's see if I can find our one. Here we go. With our waves here. Right, you can see the waves are thicker in the foreground. They get much more smushed in the background. And of course, well, then we're not that far away from our annual observation of the Battle of Midway. So I'm trying to figure out something that we can do. Maybe it's a little bit different in terms of, again, celebrating our Battle of Midway anniversary, like we do every year, early in June. Now we painted the Enterprise twice. And of course, scratch 1, 2, 3, or 4 flat tops. So that was one of the things we did last year in our Battle of Midway observations. Now what I think I might go do is I might go check on our fabulous prints there, just see how those are doing. Also maybe refresh the medicine a little bit. Again, this is maybe 2-3 minutes just to set here. So don't go anywheres. We'll be right back. Hopefully this one's going to make as interesting of a photo backdrop for our small Cyberthurians as the other one. Actually, I think maybe let me zoom in here. Let me zoom in a little closer, especially now we're doing mostly detail stuff. That could be interesting again as a photo backdrop for our small ones there. That's going to be a little bit too rough of a blending brush. We just have to kind of stick with this, I think, as a blending brush here. We're going to do this again. We're just going to take this and just wipe some of this away, like so. So unfortunately, one of the prints is all zonked because I think once again Windows 11 corrupted the file. It doesn't happen with the other printers for some reason with the Anycubics, but with the Saturns, they seem to be hypersensitive. I don't know why. I'm still using the USB drive. I don't think it would have mattered unless it was transferring it to the USB. They kind of did this weird thing where, like I said, it was a copy instead of just the file. So not sure what's going on with that. Yeah, I think, what was it? Oh, it was Amazon with that stuff that I got. It actually is it's not just a 405 flashlight. It actually has like it's got a timer on it. And it is, I think it can go up to like 2.5, 3 minutes or something on the timer. Alright, there we are with that. I'm going to try and maybe get some lighter stuff in our grass here. And I think we'll just use this. This is the same kind of stuff that we did on our other one. You can see it. See over there in that corner? That's what we're going to do here now. And again, there was no drawing or anything like that on here. We just started painting it on there. That's it. Nah. I thought for a second maybe there was not enough, then maybe there was too much. There we go. That's better. And now this here, we gotta soften this thing up. And it's like way too. That's supposed to be just a reflection there. I had a little too much going on. We had to take some of that away. Now blending, and we'll use this as a small. Okay, let's take some of the liquid out of there. Okay, that's it. Now let's hit this again with our. There it is. Now I think we're talking. All right, that's better. Now we need some smaller grass here that's kind of interrupting some of these spaces. Right here. A couple of them over. Yeah, we're on this side now. This should work for that. No, that's a little too. This one will. Grab this guy here. I had to wait for these. For some, that was, let's see, a little bit too wet there. Now this is. Look at it. See, it's still mixing. Look at that. You can see it still mixes in, but now we're getting some more of our stones here. Another kind of, we wanted some breaks in the stones here. Like so. Yeah, that works. Maybe a little bit more, like right in there. So again, it looks like that's kind of carrying along this way. And we're going to break up these stones the same way we've done with these. More of our like right on the edge of that stone. To the darks we go. Get all the light stuff out of there. Now this mostly just the indigo slash Payne's gray here. Look at that! Look at that nice, nice sharp edge there again. Foreground, sharper edges. Let's try this one more time here. Okay. Maybe break it up that way too, and now it's down here. Same thing. Yep, Valfira, just like just what we got here. Those will get later, but since I have to stick my hands there, that'll pretty much be some of the very last thing. Yeah, these two things, not even gonna bother messing with those. Just like up here, you can see there used to be that used to be as dark as this, but as you can tell, by the time I'm just wiping that all away. So since I'm probably gonna have to grab that down there at some point, no sense in fooling around with that now. Also, too, well, looky there, we've also got some of our dark hitting that too. Bring in you know, actually gonna mix me a little bit of our black in there too. Nice to see you there, Primus. So yep, everything here, pretty much with the exception of just the colors, it's exactly what the first one was. Oh yeah, a little bit more of our grass sticking out over there. So great to see you again there, Primus. Happy Friday and all that. Because now it looks like 2:08 on a Friday here. So Velfira, I don't know if I'll be able to do it, but I was kind of hoping to have some special overlays, Velfira, for a linseed racer. Again, I don't know if there will be time to do all that. It's going to be not going to be easy. So see you there, Sledge, and there you go. See, we have the Linseed Fellowship, the symbol of the Linseed Fellowship there. So have yourself a good one there, Sledge, and of course, what most likely I'll be doing is another one of our corrupted Cyber Thurian characters on the Friday stream. Let me hit this right here. Again, trying to bring out some parts of our landscape, trying to also make sure all of our spires and such are, we have the correct angles on those. Couple extra strong darks in there. So yeah, we have darks and lights and even in their buildings here. It's not just a flat silhouette back there. Also going to get a couple of the, yeah, here we are. Darker grass shoots there sticking up through some of the cracks. Work that in this way. Unfortunately, Velfair, the printer this is ironic, of course. The printer reliability went from somewhere in the 85 to 90% range to 45%. So that's why I can't guarantee that that thing's actually going to print out. We will try. But again, these are all new resins, new printers. So again, if there is no, we don't have that the printed out there, it's just because all of the printers just decided to not cooperate. And I knew that was going to be the case. The unfortunate thing is that in the process of doing all this, I lost the original printer settings that I had. Because everything has changed so many times that I have no idea what they originally were. So I can't kind of like, okay, let's just do this thing that seemed to always work. That's gone now. Whatever I had, don't remember. Because, well, let's see, we've tried 5, 6 different resins now in the last month. Let's do this here. Also, too, what has not helped has been the changes in temperature, as in always constantly changing. I'm going to try to get me some more lights in here. And of course, we've only been doing the 3D printing for 6 years. Again, for many of those years, it was the same printers and the same settings all the time, no matter what. Let's do a little bit more of this. And of course, I'm pretty sure over the last 6 years, thousands of things have been printed out because you have to include all the basing bits too. So yeah, we are talking about thousands and thousands of basing bits and figures printed. I'm going to go back to the latest stuff here. There we are. These little junction points here. Again, I had to wait for this to set though. That's what I was waiting to get to also. So it, again, looking more like almost like a network of roads, a network of circuitry. Similar thing out here. Let me see if we can get this extended this way. Let's do this. No, I don't want every single one of these to have the light on top. No, we won't do that. Let's not go there. Let us, though, take this brushy here. Back to these mid-range clouds over here. I want to try and break this up a little bit, not another layer of this super light stuff. I'm trying to almost go mid-range, or when in doubt, make things darker. How about we try that instead? So I'm going to take you. Oh, that's it. Maybe some of the ultramarine blue here. Mix it into that. I think we got ourselves kind of a dark middle tone. hoping to squeeze that down into here. Super gentle like. We're just taking the super soft brush and we're just gonna scumble this here. I don't want to take out this whole thing, but I would like to do is sneak in one more level right here. Let me see if I can do that. That's it's almost like it's almost some kind of a what would you say, more like your 1870s era title of a painting there, Cyber by Moonlight, Camden. Not quite a Van Gogh, but that was like a Monet or something. There you go, Camden. It's like a Monet, Cyber by Moonlight. Ah, that's it. That is it. So I'll get one more. Let's see how this is scrunched. That is not as thick as this. This is a little bit thicker than that. And this is a little bit. So each one of these, 1, 2, 3, 4 levels there, each one thicker than the next level. Each one thicker than the next. Alright, that's better. Push it this way. Yeah, there we are. Now, see, I don't want to do a highlighter because if we want our moonlight down there, right, if anything, maybe I do that. I'm going to take the same stuff I was just using here. So back to this brush. Back to this brush to maybe just kind of even darken this up a little teensy bit more. Doing the same kind of scrumbly stuff. Nice to see you there, Mutu. So nice to see you there, Mutu. Happy Friday. Let me do a little bit more here. Now there's, of course, this. Just put this on here, so there's a little bit of shininess going on there. That'll dissipate. I think I'd almost like this. Let me see if I can't connect that a little more. Yes, there we go. We need to play connect the clouds over here too. All right, let me do this. No problem. So there we go. Now we got that kind of continuing behind our building. We kind of lost. It's like, wait a minute. There was a weird interruption with the cloudy things there. We got that back in order again. I would like maybe a little. Well, it's getting a little bit too dark there. How about we back off of that? A little too dark. Let's try this now. And I might even. Okay, let's see what happens. Where's my other one again? We just had that. This will work. Just a little bit of light underneath these. Again, to promote the light coming up this way. I think that also, yeah, that does it there. Some of that up in here. want. Oh yeah, let's do this here. That is take this right behind our city there, right behind that little part of the cityscape, and a little bit more cloudy stuff there too. And maybe I'll use this. Yeah, yep, see, soften up another edge there, and then back to this brush right here. For the ultimate horizon line here. And now what about this side? Behind over here, see, what we've got here, we need to get a few more of those, again, almost like horizontal type clouds here. That's going to happen in this area. I'm going to try some of the later stuff. Let me try that first. Can't be too extensive here. Not too light, not too dark. Also, gotta be aware of the edges of this. These are all going to have to get softened up here too. Yep, all those edges will need to be softened up a bit. There. Alright, we got that now. That works. Try this again. Pull over the top of it. That's getting too, nope, that's too much right now. Take that now. There we go. Yeah, that was a better idea. Let's go back to our later stuff one more time here. Nope, still not quite light enough. Whoa, we're almost there. I don't know if I want it to be too much lighter than that. We don't want it as light as this, but we have to kind of continue this horizontal motion here with our clouds. And yeah, that's going to scrunch all this stuff down here. Possibly bring a little bit of light in here. That too. Alright, now what we spent a whole bunch of time in the last one, and that was again in this area doing a lot of softening of these kind of leading cloud edges. We are going to try and do that right here now. Alright. And this again is kind of a mid-range light. We're going to take our very soft brush here. And the big concentration for the next little time is to see what we just did right. So that got much softer. See here, there's kind of a little bit of a line right there. Those are the kind of things we're going to try and maybe remove. Just, I mean, not wipe out, but tone those down at least a little bit here. Yeah. Same thing. Again, all of these clouds here, we're going to try and tame. These now this edge here, we might actually make that a little bit of a harder edge. But this stuff right here, this all has to be softened down. We were using our blending brush for a lot of it. And again, here's another area where it's kind of on the rougher side. Let me see if something that's in the kind of mid-tone range might just be enough. Now let's go a little lighter than that. And I think you can see this starts to look yeah, see, it looks a little bit softer now. We've really established, all of our main shapes. Now, once we do that, then we can start thinking about this other stuff. It's the same deal with miniatures. We have to get all the kind of the structure in place first. That's why we're working on the whole surface, the entire miniature, right? We're working on one little tiny part of it. Because what if all I was painting was this up here in the corner, basically ignoring all this? We wouldn't have any context, right, to compare things to. And, well, it wouldn't look very cohesive, that's for sure. Not terribly cohesive at all. Alright. That's the going here. Yep, there we are. And now I'll let that down here. And we're doing this little weird motion here. Just got the two fingers on the brush. That's all we got. And we're gonna do that up here too. These need to be softened down as much as we can. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stay zoomed in. I was gonna kind of zoom back out again, but I think for now I'm gonna stay zoomed in here. More of this again, to soften this stuff up here. Yep, see up now. See, that's getting too light. Let's go back. So, nope, I can even go a little darker than that. This is very much a dry brush as well. There's virtually no thinner on there. I mean, there's maybe a little, but virtually no thinner. Yeah, so these again, these are looking much softer, much puffier than they were just a little bit ago. Ah, look at this. We're just about to cross to hour number 3. Now, we did bring out the fast mat weight earlier than we normally do. Usually about this time, that's when we kind of dive into our fast mat weight. But since we're kind of working on some again, this moonlight, we don't exactly have all of the yellows and blues bouncing around off each other, so that we could go to that a little bit faster than again we normally do. So Mutoyi wants to share something in the chat. Please go ahead. Let me do that here. Something a little lighter on this edge here. Alright. I'm tempted to, let's do some light on this cloud here. That makes more sense. I shall take Mr. Blending Brush to that side, not the other side, right? That's picking up the light. It's okay for that to have some manner of a little bit of edge on it there. That's okay. Tempted to break that up into one more. Now we'll leave that alone for now. Now this needs to get lighter here for sure, because our moonlight's literally coming straight down over this here. So let's make you highlighter here. Also, yeah, take another little level out of that and back to our blending brush once again. Scumble that all together. So 3 hours ago, okay, we didn't start with any drawing on this. And same thing with our other one. We just went straight in with, I want to use this guy. Now let's go back to our blending brush here. We just took, I think it was one of our Paul Rubens Radiance, and we just basically did a whole bunch of essentially glazes. It was almost like we did a pre-glaze on the board. Not really a pre-glaze, but I guess you could say sort of like a pre-glaze on the board. Take this. Well, that's right. That might be the other thing I try for our stream tomorrow. I've got our Celtic goddesses there. I might take the Morrigan. That's funny. It would basically be a lot of colors like this. Oh, that might just be the thing. I think we're onto something there. Which would then be hilarious because their linseed racer would not have these colors. Unless it was the moonlight version. Unless it was the Minas Morgul version of the linseed racer or something. I think we'll try that. Well, actually, if I still have that, but I don't know if I still have that one anymore. We'll have to look and see. I just realized might not have that one. That might have sold at Adepticon. And I'm not sure if I had a chance to reprint that one. Twilight again, but between the buildings here. Let's see if we can sneak that through. Again, between our buildings. You know what? Same thing here. Let me see if I can sneak that through. That part out, okay. There we are. There's another piece here where it's like a weird little, almost like an outline there. We don't quite want an outline. I mean, blader is fine. Outline, not so much. Catching the top of that. We'll get a little bit more of our white. Then let's just use our Paul Rubens white here. I'm not going to bother throwing out more of the fast matte white. Next thing I want to do is grab some of the, now this will be the Paul Rubens, some of that, well, like a radiant magenta and radiant violet, and a few little color things, especially towards the foreground. We're going to give that a little try here. So we're going to grab this and some of this. Again, it's almost like a magenta color, faded, lighter magenta. It mostly just looks lighter, but there is a hint of color in that, and I would like to get that down here too. Well, especially more down here because warmer colors come forward, cooler colors recede. Just like the edge camera, like the harder edges come forward, all these softer edges, those recede. Speaking of seeds, those I'm actually going to have to break out the rest of my fabulous biodegradable planting containers there, and I'm going to start separating seedlings because they're growing that fast. So clearly, whatever we did with the soil on in those seedlings, that is Must be a significant upgrade from last year because it took forever for those seedlings, or sorry, the seeds to actually turn into seedlings. This has kind of been like instant. Well, more like the time, the frame that it said on the package in the first place. I actually got, since this is a horticultural channel, also a cuisine channel. Yeah, I I think it's literally soil that's designed for seeds. I don't know what's got in there, but it's got some. Must have some good stuffs. Cause these lads just came up right away. Scrumble that now. Again, that's got a little bit. Oh, you can see it. You can see some of the magenta right there. Yeah, just a little extra little color, something. Don't want it to be too pervasive. Just trying to sneak some of that in, a little extra color that people really not going to realize they're there. We did the same thing even here. And these foreground clouds, there's blues in there. There's like a sky blue in there. There's almost like a grayed down terra rosa in there. There's almost like a little bit of grayish violet in those clouds. You would not think that when you first look at them. It's upon closer inspection, and then you really see that. So I got more of that. It's got a little bit of the magenta in there. Don't want to have too much of that. That'll overwhelm this stuff real quick, like super fast. Yeah, see here, too many little weird hard edge things. Not only am I bringing in some of the magenta, also using that. And yeah, see, look at how soft some of this is getting. Much softer, much smoother, puffier, all the good stuffs. Edges where the moonlight is hitting it, we don't mind the sharper edges there. And I still might still have to break out a teensy bit more of the fast matte white. Okay, again, I just got the 2 fingers on this brush. That is it. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. No crushing the brush. No doing that. Back to the later stuff we go. Right along this, right along here. Try some more. Now there we go. Yeah, multiple layers of the fog, the clouds, whatever, moving towards the background. Perhaps a little hit of that light here, and then maybe some more on the underside of this. As it moves this way, yeah. Wasn't going to do that initially. I'm going to try to hit a little bit more of these two with the. Yeah. Now they look like they're being kind of illuminated from underneath. Is nice. Lighter. There. Now this over here, let me try to get back to that Paul Rubens color. It's almost a little too grayed down. You know what? Let me get a touch of the sky blue in there. Let me see what this does. Unless that's too dark. Nah, not too dark. I'm going to take a little touch of this. again, I don't want to do too much of this lighter stuff on our buildings here. I want the lights to do a lot of the talk in there. Again, even in our cityscape back here, it has to have multiple, gotta have multiple levels to it. Foreground, middle ground, background. No, that was too much all at once. Let me take this blue here. That's getting our sky blue. Into our buildings once more. I'm gonna go back down to the foreground here. Another little something there just got too hard of an edge. Need to take that down a little. Yeah. And now on these things, let me see if we can't go a little lighter on the edge of these. Here, I guess we need some thinner. I'm a little less likely to stick my hands into this. Take this here. Back to it here. We haven't really put the latest light on these stones here. So now it looks like we have kind of a gap between the stones, right? A little shot of that over here. Yeah, there we are. Soften up that edge too. That has to kind of disappear into something. That can't just like end super suddenly. Okay, you can see just how much I've been wiping away the paint there with my finger. That's just hilarious. Now here, let me try to build up a little bit more of the white on the very tips and topses of these clouds is here. Yeah. Same deal here. You see this circular motion that I'm using? Like over, see, we got that kind of almost like a hard line that is developed. Boom, that goes away. Bam. Taken away real fast. And I am going to bring out a touch more of this here. Fast matte white. Usually, there's not a whole bunch of space on the palette for it. We only got like 7, 8 colors out here anyhow. And I did actually, there is a little bit of the ultramarine blue in here now also. Alright. We shall break it down. And now for some of the latest edges of our... I'm really going to focus on this little corridor right here because the moonlight can coming down like this. I think that's where we need to emphasize the latest light here. We'll hit this now. Another batch of it right here. Let me get rid of that clump on there. Just breaking this down. We're ready. And just again, the idea is that light's kind of coming this way, right? So it kind of captures some of these down here. Maybe not so much. We'll also again we'll get our fast mat way into these too. All right, since those are again right up here in the foreground. Harder edge is going to come forward, so getting that much of an edge on a foreground object is just fine. Just going to pull it towards your eyes. Again, your eye is drawn to those hard edges. Just like, okay, with the source lighting, where we've got the very high saturation colors and such, and your eyes makes a beeline to those. And then to emphasize the source lighting, we around it have the super, by comparison, super desaturated colors. Also colors that would be in the opposite temperature range. So if you got, let's see, your green, kind of like a green light source, whatever. Maybe that is where your shadow areas are going to have something more like a reddish brown burgundy something. Dark, yes. But something that would be the opposite, which would be somewhere in the reds, and red could just mean brown. Red doesn't mean like, oh geez, I have to have alizarin crimson shadows. Nope, don't have to. It doesn't have to be quite like that. Because, well, how do you make something like a brown? You mix a red and a green, so there's red, and them they're browns. So it took kind of a mid-tone. So we're going to soften up some of the shadow areas there. Can't seem to, like here, that's like a little weird hard edges in there. That's all gone now. See something over here. Same deal. Soften that up. And you can see here again, we're trying to, I'm going to try one more. Let me see if I can't have one of these come forward a little further. Unless, is that, it's a little too heavy. Well, that's no big deal. Because we have a brush with nothing on it. And look at this, we just do a little tap, tap, tap there. And it's still kind of there. We haven't lost it. But certainly way more subdued. Same deal on that one. There you go. Both of those are like, whoa, those are way too heavy, bright lines, right, Pura Vida? Great to see you there, Pura Vida. And of course, a happy Friday to you. Check it out, Pura Vida. Last Thursday, we did that. You can really kind of see again the tale of two Cyber Camelots, but we provide a little quick gratuitous film noir here. Whoa, let's zoom out. That's always better with these when we're doing something like this. So again, one's darker, yeah. Is there really any other difference? Not so much, right? That's always wild to see. Don't very often get a chance to have, like, okay, two of essentially almost the identical thing, but two very different colors. Guess what? There's going to be a third one. Next Thursday, we're hitting that. We're doing the trifecta. And, of course, I'm hoping to use these as tiny backdrops for our 28 millimeter scale, 28 millimeter height versions of our Cyberthurian characters. Oh, that's right. I just realized I've got I got to make STLs of those. I have the all the orthographics. I gotta make STLs with those now. That's what I keep forgetting. That is also another thing I need to test print. It's going to be a very busy overnight of, well, establishing more prints. So Velfair, you might want to. That could be the, the monitor stuff too, or phone. Could be that too. Because this is very much the indigo that you get here. And Moonlight, actually, Velfair, just, oh gosh, I want to say, what was it, 2, 3 days ago, right when we had the full moon, now we got the new moon going on. This is basically what the sky looked like. We don't get to see that too often these days, right, Velfira? Because, well, between light pollution in the city and everything, which is hilarious because we got a big city sitting over there, right, Velfira? Let me try this here. Oh, I do think Velfira also, with the miniature holders that I've got, remember how difficult it was? I'm pretty sure we were just holding literally the linseed racer was hanging on for dear life, Velfira. Yeah, I was using blue tack, and remember with the tires, they were so heavy that it kept wanting to fall off of the holder. Well, we don't. At least we won't have to worry about that this year. No, sir. That's going to be hot glued directly to one of my fabulous new miniature holders. Which is hilarious that our linseed racer is not going to go anywhere, right, Alfira? That's kind of an oxymoron there. Back to, you know what? Let me try that. Let me break out you and some of you, and I'm gonna try to. There we are. Yeah, we lost a little bit of our reflection there. Now it's back. Belfry, one of my favorite things to paint was the skyline of Chicago. I must have painted that. Oh gosh, especially when I was a kid, must have painted it dozens of times. And that was something I painted all the time. With actually my brothers. Now of course, the skyline looked a little bit different back when we were photographing it. And we're talking about actual 30, was that your 35 millimeter film or whatever that was. So again, like we were saying, moonlight has very, very harsh lighting and reflections. Because you're not getting any of that reflected light which you get with ye old daylight. Touch more of that up in here. Yeah, a couple more hits of that again. We need more of that right. Oh, here we go. Yeah. We need a couple more hits of that right down here, right where the moonlight is cascading through. Like here. Also some there. Oh, gee. Well, we're getting close to Cinco Tres there, Camda. I just looked up and I'm like, wow, they're like less than 9 minutes away. Oh, we're like 8 minutes away. I think actually, believe it or not, Velfira, that's probably something that put this in my head. You know that I wanted to paint this one. Obviously, I love the sunset one, but I think it was seeing those clouds like that. I said, "Oh yeah, that's right. I got me one of these." Okay, here, well, let's get to our reference there, so you can kind of see again the reflections. You can see some of the lights of the city there in the background as well. Oh, look at the little fine little bushes over there in the foreground and such. Unfortunately, the reference is it's a much wider aspect ratio than my little windows down there. So the little windows down there, they're the aspect ratio on those is well, you can see that again the chatbot thing over there. There's much more, or the chat box. There's much more room over there for the chat. Much more room for it over there, and then of course, even this window actually is a little bit bigger. It's not as big as their one with the Kathy Giro thing. Well, we'll see what the overlay, a potential overlay, looks like for the Linseed Racer. I do have an overlay for a Celtic Goddess series. Yep, I already have a new overlay for that. I mean, barring that, we could always paint our Arianrod bust there toward the figure. I think I want to see the. Let's see. We'll either do the bust or the figure. How's about that? Let me do this. No more here. No, that's gonna be too much. And then we're gonna hit that too. Blending brush again. We're gonna do a little dip, dip, dip there, and we're gonna say thank you so much to Pura Vida. Appreciate that, Pura Vida. Again, hope that you're doing well there. Now, Pura Vida, did you get to see this? I think you actually had a chance to see this stream, right? I think you were there while we were doing that. Our new Cyber, Giro, and Kathy, again, with lots of plaid. And, of course, again, what we'll be seeing on some of our future 2D stuff is going to be scenes from our different homeworlds and such. I think that's going to be super fun. Again, there was some really nifty scenes from a couple of the planets there, from the homeworlds there, that I think are going to make some very fun paintings. So there's one, basically it's all kind of underwater Civ, and that's going to have like all those crazy little light refracting things, right? Because the sunlight is kind of coming through. I don't think we've ever really done something like that, Valfira. I don't remember doing any kind of a painting like that, so that'd be kind of a first time thing. I know I maybe on maybe like a miniature or something tried to have that effect, but not on a 2D painting, so that should be different. Soften this up. Don't mind that it's light there, but it has to have a softer. Let's do some more of it here. All right, let's do this. Ah, there we are. Yep. Yeah, that's it kind of created that kind of harsh moonlight there. So now we're even closer to 333.33. So this is the bus that I think we might go with. I think we might hit this one right here. Again, if the Morgan one is not ready to go, unless I can maybe try to print that one out too, so who knows. I'm not going to try and get that new printer going just to print that. Now, and also too a nice little, be able to do a lot of stuff with different teal colors. So we'll probably have to break out the cobalt teal bluish. And actually, it would also have a lot of these little lights too. And again, we are working this. Well, we'll see if this print was successful. The first test print of this. So this is one of the species there of that world. Veilfear. Well, oh, wait a minute. Look at this. So, well, hedges. That's more like gardening there, right, Veilfear? Edges, not hedges. Well, if they're this sharp, they're going to really hurt when you get stuck on them, right, Veilfear? But the sharp edges, and also too that same light to dark thing. So yeah, lots of light to dark. It's just kind of similar to doing non-metallic metal stuff in some ways. Kind of close to that. Alright, we're just 1 minute away from Cinco Trace there, Camda. We close in more and more. Again, doesn't mean anything. Now, of course, Pura Vida, if you want to share some stuff, send the chat. Oh, actually, hey, Velfira, but you haven't had a chance to share, well, the hand. Yeah, show him a hand. Not like a Heisman style, show him a hand, but show him the hand, because you did all kinds of lighting on that. Oh, I forget how many weeks that you spent putting all the little lights in there. I don't remember if that. I don't think you were doing that on the Dragon project, right? The Dragon was just the Dragon. Well, it was big, but it was the Dragon. Now again, I get catching some of the light coming on the underside here. Bingo. I cheated here because for whatever reason, something weird happened with the FDM printer. I used the whatchamacallit, the resin stuff there and the 405 light. I just brushed it on there, hit it with the 405. It made that as smooth as a piece of glass there, Valfira. So that's the first time I've ever used it. I mean, I used it for water effects. Like, where's it? Well, I can't get to that one, but I can get to this one at least. I mean, it's not as much, but you can see the shiny stuff there. I've used it for water effects a bunch of times. That was the first time I ever got a chance to use it for actually like flattening something. Because I know like filling gaps, right? On resin prints, people will do that. I might start doing that. On the FDM stuff, Elfira. Gee whiz. You know the big, the gigantic Morgan Le Fay on that serpent throne? That's not nothing. That might be an idea there. Instead of using the modeling paste. Yeah, that might just be it there, Velfira. I think I'll use the brush on that stuff and use the 405 light on that big old Morgan. Oh yeah, that could be interesting. See if that works. And the large Cyber Yomi bus too. Because I wouldn't have to sand it. That's the thing is, if I use the modeling paste, then I got to sand it afterwards. Is this too much? I don't think so. Well, there's one way to... No, let me get my paper towel. That's a better product. Valor is the better part of... let's do that. Caution, the better part of valor. Let's do that. There we are. All right. So it worked. We just had to kind of go back and take some of it away. So we had our 333. Now it's 335.33. Again, that doesn't mean anything. For whatever reason, it's like, oh, it's become an obsession. I might even do a little bit of our... ooh, that was more than we wanted. Not a problem. I'm going to take this. Yeah, we just take some of it. So we needed a little bit of that over there to continue the, again, the squishing the clouds. Squish those clouds down a little. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Velfira just shared. Show him the hand there, Velfira. I just can't remember how big that was. I know it was big. Was that printed out? Which printer did you use on that, Velfira? Was that the... That wasn't the Ender 3, was it? It's been a while, Velfira, and my tiny brain cannot remember. Well, if it's been more than 5 minutes, I'm not going to remember. Catch me some of this light right in here. Also there. A little bit of light right on the edge of this. Yeah, that little piece right there. Up here. Okay. Just want to make sure I have my reference up there. Okay, we got our reference going. Another little hit of our... Nah, I'm not a fan of that. Now that I don't mind. See, it's got a little bit of light to it. It was just way too light right there. Here. Put this in there. So for the other thing I've got to figure out is, for whatever reason, it never used to happen when I do my animations, right? The sound gets really, really loud. There shouldn't be any sound at all. Because there didn't used to be. I have no idea why the animations now suddenly have sound playing with them. I will try to... That's what I'm saying. There's got to be a lot of things to figure out between this, even just this, and the Friday stream. I guess, now that's the other thing, Valfira, that I didn't really have the ability to do, was to slice some of that stuff. Thanks, Pura Vida. I don't mind me a little bit more to medicine right here. Of course, Valfira. Now there is one other thing we could do just to really, really cheat. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Pura Vida. And again, this is what we're looking at. You can kind of see some of those foreground lights there, right? Oh, and of course, Pura Vida. I don't know if you saw this, I'm actually making stickers from these, and I actually have a new Wapelius Spellbrush figure too. But Velfira, now there's a part of me now after thinking about that little trick there with using the resin and the cure thing on FDM. There is one way we could print the linseed racer much larger. I think you know what I'm thinking there. Dare we print that in FDM? If I do, I'll have to have it like sitting on the road. But that can almost make it like an interesting diorama there, Velfira, if there's actually like, the pavement underneath it. Instead of just like, okay, that's just the wheels. I don't know, Velver. That's, well, the reason I'm thinking that is that if I print it in FDM, first of all, it will be larger. Second of all, um, you know, that would not take up printing time from other things. That does not involve any, Saturn printers or red resins or anything like that, or clear, different color resins. I think I might give that a shot. Yeah, that might just be the thing. I don't know if you're. I'm gonna try that because we got also too. I mean, we got the. Well, I don't think you printed that out in .08 layer height either, right, Valfira? Again, I don't think I'm gonna try to get the .2 nozzle in there. Oh, you know what? Here, let's get a little bit of some of the window lights on this structure. Fine. I'm gonna also maybe put the little light on the top of our tower there. Velfair, if you want, or sorry, Camden, if you want to share some stuff there. I know it was like early on in the stream you shared your link, but why don't you share that again? Also, too, were you thinking of doing any streaming this weekend there, Camden? Hopefully, all the stuff that you were remember the last stream. You're like, well, I have to take a little break. I've got to go over to this place here. Hopefully, that all worked out the way you wanted, Velfair. Or sorry, Camden. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda Paints posted because Camda also uses the oils. And again, I hope that the landscape series that you're doing is still fun for you. I think it still is, right? Got this, again, we're using this kind of light blue here. I'm going to maybe put that over here near this light as well, right there. Now that's fabulous there, Camda. We'll try and get me some more of this blue over here. Thinking that's kind of our sky blue color. A little bit, trying to get a little something different, not just value, but also a little different color in there too. What else do we got going on here? A little bit over blue in there. No, it's there we go. I didn't want it all gone, just some of it. That's it. Some more of this blue back in our. So this is kind of also to try and give the lights first, make them a little softer here, and then also to give them a little bit of a different color, like the. This is not moonlight here, right? These are the building lights, not moonlight. Actually, Velfira. whether we even use it or not for the Saturday stream, I don't. To me, that's a worthy experiment to print that in FDM and then see if using the resin stuff, painting that on there, makes it smooth enough to do freehand. It just, I don't know, to me it sounds like an experiment that might actually be potentially educational. Actually, ooh, you know what? That could be a video. I mean, well, unfortunately, the painting part of it would happen on stream, but at least I could film the part of it where I'm doing all the resin and the 405 light. I don't know. I'm liking this idea, Velfir, more and more. It kind of kills like 3 or 4 birds with one stone. That's not a bad thing. Well, unless you're one of the birds. Yeah, so let's do a little bit of printing skeet shooting there. Yeah, let's do that. I think that might not be a bad plan. Again, now the downside is it's going to basically have a road underneath it. I mean, I could always cut it off of that too. I could use it just for printing purposes and just like take my razor saw. It would only be the tire points that would be in contact with it. What's hilarious, Velfira, is that I could print out a vehicle that's twice the size of the one that we did and would probably weigh half as much. Ooh, I'm liking this blue here. Now, it's a little bit hard to see because it's just so small, but this little bit of the sky blue that I'm using here, it's making the city lights different from what's out here because that's got much more violet to it. This is much more of a greenish blue here. Yeah, I'm going to double down. Oh, no, no, no. Not that much ultramarine blue. Okay, that might just have to do it. What do we got here? Even that's a little bit too dark. Let's see. Now we just did. Here's our corrupted Lancelot. Right, we just did him, and then here is the regular Lancelot. So again, this is considered fallen to the corruption to basically the predations of Mordred. Here, this is essentially a regular Lancelot. Now let's also go to the bust version because this relates to our painting. Now the regular version of Lancelot, you can see we have these spires here of Cyber Camelot. So there you go. Right, the Spires of Camelot, and of course, this is a non-player character here. This is our Onion Lady, the Lady of Shallots, and you can very much see again. Now, if we had painted this first, maybe when I was doing this, it would have made more sense to folks. But that is again, well, look at that. That really, it's almost like you just continue the city there. That is super fun. And again, we've got some of our other characters here too. We've got our Nimue, of course. This was the very first one we did. And look at this. Here is the gaming piece version. And again, I'm going to be trying to do a test print on the simplified versions of our corrupted characters, like you just saw Cyber Lancelot there. Let's see. Yeah, I was hoping that all the court stuff that just kind of well, that's over with, and it worked out the way you wanted, and you don't have to mess around with that anymore. Usually we don't get what we want that way, right? Right, Camda. So I'm also putting a little bit of that blue in there, and think of it. Some of it's in here too. See that the sky blue is in those buildings? I mean, I just looked over, and when I saw it, I'm like, ooh, I should put some of that in there too. And of course, Mutu, again, the RPG version of the game that's proceeding really well because it's so tied to the board game. I mean, literally, there's like, okay, there's no campaign maps. You're using the tiles from the board game as your map for your RPG. And I came up with, well, there's 7 different character classes. And again, you're not playing any of the named characters. Those are essentially almost like more like NPCs slash demigods. Ooh, look at it, a little bit softer right there too. Yeah. The one that I'm experimenting with is the fractured character. That's the one I'm not so sure that's going to work. The reason I came up with that character is, well, what if it's literally just 2 people, like a GM and a person? And effectively, that way, the GM could be maybe Arthur, or play the role of Arthur and your Grail Knights, and then you maybe again you're not Mordred, but you're a fractured Grail Knight. Yeah, Mutu. There's some of the tokens also could be interesting. That would they would almost, what would you say, could use that'll color boost just as much as the dice. So Celia there, Pure Vita, thank you so much for the bitses. Thank you so much for the sub, and have yourself a fabulous Friday there, Pure Vita. So Pure Vita, we will be doing. Well, that's what we were just talking about. Is making another linseed racer. Now, we did want to paint some, and obviously like the different color schemes, like a Rohan one and all that kind of stuff, but I think we'll do another linseed racer. Whoops, that is not then we want this blue here. Just kind of smush that in there. Taking some more of this here. Break that down a look. Get those edges softened up. These two, soften these down a little bit. Now that's got a little bit of thinner there, so yes, there's paint on the brush, but there's just enough thinner in there to kind of reactivate the paint to break it up. And that's kind of what we were doing, remember, early on when we were doing very much the watercolor type stuff here. Same thing. All right. Do this too, yep. Take that. Soften up the top edge of those clouds a little bit more. Just 2 fingers on the brush and just whoop, 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 just sticking it like so. That's all we're doing. Back to this brush, yeah, back to this brush, and now again some more really dark things happening here in the some of these cracks. Again, just really hammer those home. Some of our indigos, some of them are as blacks. This is as dark as we're gonna get. Can't get any darker than this. It's gonna be darker, and also again the about as hard of an edge as you're gonna have on the whole thing here. Maybe 50-50 thinner to paint ratio. So there's a couple of areas where the really light colors got a little bit heftier, a little bit thick there. So, and that's going to also cut through some of our reflections there. and then we'll get a little bit of the light along the edge on that. So we kind of, it's like a two-step process here. Do this first. Really reinforce some of the cracks here, the darker portions anyhow. Like that. Yeah. Now we're talking here. Now we're getting somewheres. Let me maybe zoom out here a bit too. I think I got one more. Yes, nope, that's it. I'm as zoomed in as far as I can. Well, I could zoom out one more. That'd be too far. So I don't do that. Good to roll there. Oh, wait, one more. 1 second. Okay. Is nice. Now we will dive into whatever is left of our fast matte white here. This is pretty much the last vestiges of it. And now over the top here. Okay, and that now see that looks more like almost like pieces of glass laid down or something there. So I think again for our Friday stream, which is later today, it's gonna be I think one of our Celtic goddess busts that probably gonna do the Arianrod one, I think. Yeah, if the Morrigan one, if that is actually if I do actually have a second one printed, then we'll paint that. Because it would be sort of not all that different from these colors right here, which could be kind of fun that we sort of reprise these, but now on a bust. Again, the Morrigan, Celtic goddess of war. I know I have a really big one printed out in FDM. Touch more of our, yeah. A little smidge of it here. Just again, a hint of some light right there on that. Again, another layer level of clouds. That might pick up just a touch more of our light there too. We'll do this. Again, to make that puffier. So even like within this cloud, there's multiple levels just to that cloud, or multiple, again, foreground, middle ground, background to just that one forward cloud. That's it. The city itself has a foreground, a middle ground, and a background. Foreground, middle ground, background to the painting. It's a whole series of kind of those those three layers: foreground, middle ground, and background. Essential part of every composition. Again, whether it's a diorama, whether it's a miniature, whether it's a whatever. Even music. Music has its equivalent of foreground, middle ground, background. Because and all my other siblings, they all played many instruments. I did not. None of them did this though. And when I always would think of music, I would think of it in terms of this, of shapes and colors. And of course, you would think, okay, what are some of your harsher chords, right? Chords that generally connotate something like an angrier song or a sadder song or something like that. They have sharper edges to them, right? That music, think of it as a music that has a sharper edge to it. So these would maybe be your angrier songs here, right? Or songs that are have a little bit more, emotion in them, something like that. Think of harder edges here. Whereas maybe your softer song, your peaceful songs, like your less hard edges there. So Camden, that's actually that carrot. I think I just have a picture of it. And again, I apologize for the music that's going to play here. I'm not going to try and talk over it. Or do I even have that one here? I think oh, here it is. Yeah. So that is the ship in question right there. That is that ship, and that's actually what I was supposed to be painting this Monday. Well, this past Monday we just did. But that one had some. Again, we're still learning all these new resins and the new printers there. And I will be doing a multi-part series on this. So again, this is part of the Siri Republic, and this is also, again, this is their carrier right here. And I'll be done in the same color scheme. Same color scheme as the one that we painted. Okay, back to the ultramarine here one more time. To do some of our last final bit of maybe some darker stuff here on these clouds in front of our moonlight there. Camden, there's another species. Essentially, they construct, their ships are basically constructed around objects. That's kind of what they do. Basically, all of their ships are just lattice work. I don't want to say that all their ships are kind of like Red Dwarf type thing, but I guess maybe you could say that. Couple of little darks up in here in the foreground clouds. See how those start to stand out, and now maybe just a little teensy bit more of this here. And again, it's just basically a dry brush. It's not just bringing in some dark. You can see these edges get sharper too. So say something like Enceladus there, Camden, right? You have in the southern hemisphere of Enceladus, you have those basically those ice geysers. Or say something like on Io, you have the sulfur volcanoes. That is how they harvest elements, is they just construct ships around those. And basically their ships are kind of constructed the same way they do their, I don't necessarily want to say mining operations. Then of course you have the other civ that has the essentially the temple ships. I was also working on the Gaia trying to create more of their environment ships, because essentially those are your space ents. Here we are. There we bring again. So see that? Makes these edges of the clouds come forward. Now, as far as printing such ships, we won't have those kind of vast constructions. We'll have to. Those are ships that we'll probably be printing out in sections, and then probably assembling those after the fact. They might actually be constructed almost, I don't want to say girder by girder, but almost more like an erector set. So they'll be printed out in pieces, maybe even like an individual struts or something like that, and then put together with all the different environment pods placed in the interior of those. Again, I'm trying to create civs where the ships look distinctly different. But unlike, say, B5, where it's like, okay, why do they look like that? Why do Minbari ships look like fish? And other ones don't? And why do Drazi ships look the way they do? The only ships that you could kind of made any sort of sense were the Earth Force ships, right? Because, well, they had that rotating section. Because they didn't have artificial gravity. Yeah, there was no real reason why Narn ships and Centauri ships looked the way they did. I'm trying to have these ships like, okay, there's a reason why they look this way. More of this, like a so. And then also, well, there's printability too. That is going to influence what happens with the ships. It's like, okay, if we can't print these, that's one of the things I've learned while printing out the ships for the first that first species. Is that even like say that the tiny little fighter planes and stuff, those are going to have to be printed out much larger than they sort of would be. So those will not be to scale. That is, and I've changed it so that anything that's on a 30 millimeter base, that connotates that it is some kind of a small craft, that it's not even a corvette, well, maybe a corvette or something like that, or an escort. But anything that is either say a capital ship that goes on a 90, your mid-range ships, your tankers, cruisers, that sort of stuff, those go on 60s. And then anything that would get, say, launched from one of those ships, well, that would be on a 30. So that way we can still print them at a size where they can actually print out. Because otherwise the failure rate of those would be, shall we say, astronomical. See what I did there, Camden? That's why I do words. Now up here I can finally, this again where's my hand's been wiping away this stuff. I'm just going to do that now. I've been waiting to fill that in for hours. There. Finally, the hole has been filled. There. Let me throw a little bit of that ultramarine blue in there with that black. There we go. I've been waiting on that for a long time. Especially since I can kind of hold it this way. Also, too, we're 4 hours, 7 minutes in here. Again, we started with no drawing. We started with no nothing. We started with a blank piece of hot press illustration board 4 hours, 8 minutes ago. This is not exactly an empty piece of hot press illustration board anymore. Might have a thing or two on it now. Couple little extra darks on these clouds here. So again, all of this is it's not just to darken these down, also that it helps to create some softer edges and back in here. Very much a dry brush right there. Super, super dry brushy. And we still have available to us, oh look, our fabulous blending brush, which we're just going to do our little tap, tap, tap stuff here, like so. Just going to be poking at it like so. Gonna poke that bear. Which apparently Kathy's family, they were up at their cabin last weekend and they saw a bear. Usually it's kind of a rare thing because the bears are kind of like, those humies, they got those boomsticks, so maybe we don't mess with them. Again, other critters like moose and all that, so they're just like, oh, I'm just gonna go attack them. Yeah, bears just a little bit smarter than a moose. I think we do have our, well, we have a fair amount of our fast matte white on that brush. last little bit of light on some of our clouds here, and a little bit on the underside of that. I think we're pretty good to go on all of our lights there. I think we're pretty good on that stuff. I think we can, let me try a little more over here. We're doing this. More softening of those edges here. Taking some more here. Right there, okay. More of these. There's you can almost like count the little brush strokes here. We're just trying to take some of those away. But essentially this. It's funny when we were doing the photo retouch stuff, especially when you were doing it by hand. It was you're not painting the stuff that you can see. You're sort of painting the stuff that's not there. Filling in some of those gaps there. Same thing over here. Fill in some of that. Actually, even ended up taking some away. There we are. Couple of more cracks here. So let's go back to my really dark stuff here. The Payne's Gray. Some of them are black. We get that mixed together. Got to break it down though, because that's been sitting out here. Pretty sure everything here except for that one Gambling Radiant Color has been all the alkyds. Just was wanting this to just dry as quick as possible. So here. I was tempted, let me do that over here. I was tempted to actually do a whole bunch of dark along the edges. I'll just do it in a few, like here, and some there, and then that's it. Now over here, I think we did, I think we've done about as much as we can with the dark along the edge of this. One thing I can do again, now that I won't be sticking my hand over there too much anymore. I'm going to take this here, some of our ultramarine blue. There we are. You can almost hear the sound that this is making as it scrapes on the edge of the board there. I mean, this is why we're using one of these cheap little brushes here, because if we beat that up, it's like whatever. That's no big deal. No loss there. Nah, that's too much. I'll retreat from that slightly. Again, I got destroyed that is getting. It doesn't matter. It costs like 8 cents. So now, yeah, okay, that's also tracking more like what we got over here. In this corner, that was like that. It just got taken away by my hand, just kind of wiping it away little by little. I was looking up here. Do I want to go anything darker line? Nah, that'll just get taken out by a frame anyways. I will maybe take a little bit here of our, that's got a little bit of our magenta in it there. More of a dry brushy stuff. There's a tiny bit of thinner on this too, and what that does is it sort of loosens up the paint, and it makes it easier to kind of push that stuff around. Break in here. Bit of that magenta down here. I mean, it's you can barely see it. It's only a teeny tiny bit of it. I do think it is getting to be the time where we say thank you very much to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations. We got lots of printing stuff to do, tons of printing stuff. So here, let's compare this to our first winner. So there's our sunrise, there's our moonlit one. So again, you can kind of see how that compares on either side, and then we'll do a little film noir. Let's do that. Film noir, one last one. So again, there's this one. Now it should be just darker than this one, which is effectively is almost the same exact thing. A little bit more with the clouds here because they're trying to have that moonlight right in between, but otherwise it's very similar, just darker. So thanks again, Armor Wolf. Thanks again for being here, Camda. Hopefully the stream, we get the chance to do your stream, and it's going to be super fun. I think we might head on over to Zumi Quito here. Oh, gee, that's going to be, wow, I didn't know they made any miniatures for that there, Camda. I'm going to get this raid countdown underway here so we can get down to business there. And again, we'll probably paint, I'm thinking this right here might just be what we're going to paint here. That's our area. Speaking of astronomy there, our Arian rod bust. We might just be doing that. Thanks again, everybody, and I'll see you later today.